You know, the other day, hello, by the way. I think it was, I don't know if it was yesterday, like after we had switched over for the Sunday stream, you know how we were testing it and we were doing like a private stream to each other just to make sure that like we had all the settings set up.
Mm-hmm.
It took me like 5 tries to shut off private stream. So I started the stream and started talking to everybody. And then after like 5 minutes, I looked in the chat and there was nobody in chat. And I'm like, that's weird. And I looked and it was private. And I was like, okay. So I went in and I turned off private. And I like restarted the stream. And it switched it back to private. Like when I activated it. And so I did like another 5 minutes. And then I went and I looked and I was like, nope. And I did it four times. And it wasn't until the 5th time that it actually switched. I don't know why. I couldn't get it. It was so aggravating. I did like 15 or 20 minutes of streaming. I did the intro like 4 different times. I couldn't get it to switch. And finally it switched. And I forgot everything that I was supposed to say. So I was just like, oh, geez.
You just got to go with it at that point.
I was just like, so we gotta try to figure out a better system for this because it's kind of crazy. But anyway, hello everybody. Hey Alex. Hey Brandon. Hey Burso.
All of this stuff is so wild how it works because when I went live, it didn't do that, right? And I went live not private after that. So how did it revert back to that after my stream?
And it went private. It went private because you did it in the channel, not because I did it.
Right.
Right, because you logged into the channel so that you could stream directly. So on my computer, it was public. You switched it to private. And then when I tried to switch it back to public, it was like, no, you're not in control. It's a Sun stream.
Yeah,
it's the Sun stream.
I switched it to private.
But then you switched it back to public.
And then it stayed back to
it stayed private.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
The headaches.
Yeah, I have no idea what was going on. And it literally wouldn't like. And the second time I did it, I was like, maybe I didn't click save properly. Like maybe I accidentally canceled out when I thought I clicked, done. So I did like each step individually and like saved it and then went back in and changed the next step and saved it. And I did that and it still switched back to private. And I was like, what is going on right now? It was very strange. So that's why the last stream like started a little bit late because I couldn't get it off of private. It didn't start late. I started on time. It just took me 15 minutes of trying to get it to be a public stream.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. It was weird. Weird. It was weird.
Say hello to some people.
I did say hello to some people. I'll say hello to some more people. We got Tonk doing some deep squats. We got Techniques. Good morning.
Squats.
Stream Shadow. Hello. Freaky Gamer. Colt and Son. Good day to you. Thank you, Freaky. We're having a good one so far. Great Dane in the house. McKiller. Hey, how you doing? Angelicus. Angelicus, not Angelicus. Angelica Langius. Langius? Angelica. Good to see you. All right. Shikarian. Shadow Virgie. Or Vergie, maybe? Vergie free to play. Dreist. Joe. Good to see everybody. It is Tuesday, and you know what that means. Caveman, Duvelman, Misha, Tonk's here. It means takeovers. I don't know why I agreed to do this. I don't know why I agreed to do all of this. Why am I doing this? I have 2 accounts I'm doing a fusion on. I've got a challenge account, and here I am playing 3 accounts up to my eyeballs in Raid, and now I'm going to play your accounts today. I'm going to spend the next 4 hours playing other people's accounts. What am I doing? I'm a glutton for punishment. The HH challenge is catching back up. We took a day off on Sunday. Sun had his inaugural Sun stream, which was great. Over 1,000 views on the stream. Fantastic. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I especially hope you enjoyed that beautiful thumbnail. Yeah. And then
I feel like you'd like to talk more about that thumbnail than anything I did that day.
I would. No, I've talked about what you've done that day. You had 6 hours to talk about what you did that day. I've had like 6 minutes to talk about my thumbnail, and you're like, dude, stop talking about the thumbnail. Stop talking about the thumbnail. So, yeah, let's get going. If you haven't done this before, in the Discord community, you need to be a member of our Discord community to get a takeover. All you got to do is join the Discord. And actually, we're in the wrong room. We're going to have to jump down to the coaching corner. So I'm going to jump down there now. All right. So in the coaching corner, so in the Discord, there's a section called Coaching Corner. You're going to look there, and there's a Wheel of Takeover channel. In that channel, Sun is going to post a message. When he does, all you have to do is react to that message. That's going to enter you into the drawing for the takeover. If you have won a takeover already this year in 2024, you are not eligible. And if you do win, you will get a little badge in Discord that basically says that you're a winner. And that'll make sure that you don't get a second win in 90 days. So everybody can win one takeover every 90 days. And that way we can just spread it out a little bit amongst people in the community. Now, if you've won in the last 90 days, but it was in 2023, we did a refresh for the year. So you can go ahead and sign up again. That's not a problem. Let's see how we're doing here for a second. Go back here and grind up some more XP. Okay. Yeah, so you do a reaction. Then, now here's the thing. You need to have your email available. Please know your password to sign into your account. As soon as you win, you can send me a DM through Discord with that information. Give me your login information. If you have two-factor authentication, I'll let you know when I've logged in, and then you can send me the code and we'll get logged in. If you don't have two-factor authentication, don't add it now because it can lock you out for a couple of hours. Yeah, and then just once that's done, you can join me in Coaching Voice. You're going to want to mute your stream. You'll be able to hear me in real time because there's like a 10 or 15 second delay on the stream. And so you want to mute the stream so you can actually hear me and answer my questions and give me feedback. Then just DM me any requests you have for help on the account, and we'll get moving. And if you're not sure, that's okay. Like if you're not really sure, if it's just like, hey, I just generally need help, we can turn it into a coaching session. In terms of things like building a Hydra team or building a clan boss team or something like that, that usually takes several hours to do. Sometimes it could take a couple of days. So those are tricky things to do. I can often like maybe figure out a clan boss speed tune for you and give you some advice on it. If you have a clan boss team that you're close to, you know, but it's not quite working and the tune isn't that far away, I might be able to tweak it for you. You know, I'll give you a response about whether or not I can do the thing that you're requesting, because sometimes I can't. That's fine too. We hope to do 3 takeovers today, but because I'm playing 3 accounts in the HH challenge and all that, if I can only do 2, then that's the way it's going to go. Most takeovers run somewhere between an hour and 2 hours. All right. I think that's about it. Son, did we refresh the message?
We did.
Okay. All right, so let's just get a little yeah, Jude made RSL his job. I did, Fergie. Takeover during CVC Fusion and Challenge, right? Exactly. I am a professional gamer now. It's kind of cool, I guess. Kem says, I'm enjoying your content. Keep the coming. I'm trying to make a video. I just want to make one video this week. We've had like 7 days of live streams. I like the live streams. They're fun, but I do feel like we're having trouble getting videos out. So hopefully tomorrow, which is Wednesday's a good day for a video. We'll try to get that out. You can't see the Discord takeover wheel. Just make sure you're in the Wheel of Takeover channel in Coaching Corner. Hopefully you can find it there, Burso. Thanks, Snack Daddy. We've been trying. We've been pushing. Belisarius, welcome. James Morton. Is 50 fragments on par for the fusion? I don't know. I don't. It sounds good. It actually sounds really good. I would just check the schedule, and you can literally count up the fragments on the schedule. So if you go to hellhades.com, or if you go through the game, you can find the schedule. Let me see if I can find it for you. Of course not. Why? There we go. All right, here's the event. Today is the 16th. So you just look down January 16th, and you can count up the fragments. So we've got, looks like 1525 up top, and then 25 on the bottom. So that would be 50. If you haven't done the current Dungeon Divers event yet, if you haven't completed the Dungeon Divers event right here, then you should have 50 as of today. If you completed Classic Arena Takedown, Ice Golem Tournament, and the Artifact Enhancement event that ended last night. So this Dungeon Divers tournament would be 55 fragments. So 50 fragments sounds right. But you can always come here, you know, on hh.com. It's literally, it's on the main page, actually. It's just the first thing. It's an Ogre Blade Mass Fusion Guide. You can just click that, and it'll give you a breakdown, and you'll find the schedule. You can also go through it in-game. Whoops. Don't need that. All right. Hey, Femoral. Hey, Tonk. The new clans are starting off with a bang. Unfortunately, we ran smack dab into a CVC, and we weren't quite prepared. So most of the clans are sorted, but the CPR1 is not sorted yet. So if you've made an application for that, obviously you're still in your old clans. Hopefully you're able to complete the CVC with them. And then when the CVC is over, we'll open up CPR1 to everybody who's applied. And then we'll start shuffling around a couple of people, because there are some people who are in like CPR2 and 3 who need to move up. And then we'll have more spots. We'll probably have another, I want to say it's going to be about 10 to 15 spots. So we still have 10 to 15 spots. They're mostly going to be the mid-game clans. The intro clans are full. And the mid-game clans are currently full, but some of those mid-game players have progressed to the point where they're going to go into sort of the late-game clan. Once that late-game clan pulls those people out of the mid-game clans, then the mid-game clans will have more spots. In addition, I think there are going to be a few spots in the late-game clan that are going to be available as well, maybe like 5 to 10. So chances are we can probably fit somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 20 more people into the cluster. We may have more demand than that. If we have more demand than that, we'll think about opening a 6th clan. But we're going to need to find officers for that, probably from the community that we already have. So if you've been around in the community for a while and you're in one of the clans, like if you're in Team Sun or Team Colred, and you'd want to help us out, then you can reach out to us via DM. All right. How do I have time to do this? I don't. I have no time to do this. All right. Everybody's looking good. I desperately need help and can't afford coaches because I'm broke, says Shadow. Well, hopefully either you win a takeover, or even if you don't win a takeover, you can watch other people's takeovers, and that may help like kind of coach you up a little bit. Tonk says we still have room for a handful of newer players. That's good. What are the requirements for the late game clan? They are posted in the Discord. There is a section in the Discord. It's called Colred Plays
it's
Clans.
In the same clan applications channel.
Yep. Yeah. And all you have to do is go to the clan applications, and the clan applications will actually outline the requirements for each of the various clans. So CPR1 is the most late game clan that we're going to have. We haven't opened it yet. So you can go and look. Now, a couple of things about the clans is they will evolve. They're not frozen. These requirements may change over time. There will be movement within the cluster. That's what the cluster is for. So if you are in a clan that's, let's say, an early game clan, and you progress to the point where you are more advanced than the clan, you can then, move into the mid game clan above you. And you don't have to reapply. We just have to know that, and the officers can make that happen, assuming there's a spot. But again, clans may also grow and shift around in the cluster. So we're going to have to see how that happens. That's going to evolve over time. Currently, we're only 2 days in. So we'll figure it out. All right. Okay. So I think we're all set to get going. Let me just... burn some energy here. All right, son. So whenever you are ready, I think we can start to spin the wheel. So we're going to give it about 1 more minute. Make sure that you react to the wheel and get that going while I get on my other account. Oh no! I accidentally collected all that gear that I wanted to just toss out. Now it's going to be in my mailbox. All right. So yeah, we'll give it 1 more minute for people to react. And then we'll go ahead and do this thing.
Sounds good. I just realized I can add little options to the wheel, so we're going to try that on this one. Let's see how it goes.
What options can we add?
So I can change the color. So we're going to do a
Cool.
little theme.
Nice.
I can add a button to spin again for the inevitable AFK winner. And I can add a spoiler tag. That'll be kind of fun. So it'll hide the winner until you go there and click on it. A little extra.
Well, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't hide the winner.
I think that'd be fun.
No, it's already complicated enough. I don't need extra things to click.
Dude, all you have to do is click on it.
I'm saying I don't want to click on it.
Well, you're not the one that has to click on it.
Oh, everybody? So it hides it for everybody?
It's just a little. It's Discord has a spoiler feature where if you post something, it just blurs it out. Like, oh, this might be a spoiler, just in case. And then you just click on it once to see the spoiler. Yeah.
So the viewer has to click on it.
Right.
But you can add the feature for everybody. Or can you only add the feature for yourself?
We'll bypass it. It's fine.
All right, time to spin. Let's do it. We got a lot of reactions here.
Let's go.
The wheel of names is thinking. Oh, we're black and white today.
Ooh, that's the moon one.
It's a little wobbly. That's interesting.
Yeah, that one is a little wobbly.
Caustic. Is that the winner?
Caustic is our first winner.
All right. Caustic, congrats. So all you got to do is send me a DM with your login information in Discord, and then jump on into the coaching voice channel once Sun gets you set up. Yeah, it's giving everybody an option to spin again.
Really?
Yeah. Like I could spin again right now. And then it says only the person who uses command originally can use these buttons. Okay. So I do have the option. It just doesn't matter.
You thought you had the power.
All right. Let me log out of this account here. And we'll get this going. In the meantime, send me a DM. Let me know what you want to do. What you want to do. Ultra Nightmare team mostly. Okay. We'll take a look. We shall take a look. Let me get out of the way. Okay. Here we go. Caustic Games. Level 69. 205 days in. All right, let's check out the roster. Hey, look at that. We got a new member. And the text-to-speech is finally working. Son and I think we figured it out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but now it works. Tara B, welcome to the Barbarians. Thanks for joining. Actually, is that a... I feel like I've talked to Tara B before. I was wondering if that's a renewal, but it's not a renewal because it's still the black and white logo there, the badge. So thanks for joining. The Barbarian Horde grows. We like to see it. All right, so I'm just looking at the legendaries. You've got Duchess. That's fantastic. You've got Newt, also fantastic. Those two champions alone mean a lot. Now, you do have an Oberdin Clanfather, who I don't have. You also have a Raf Matab, who I don't have. I want to look at Raf Matab for a second. Okay. So he's not an ally protector or anything. He places a block damage buff on himself for 1 turn. Okay. You do have Blazar, and you got the 4-star soul, same as me. That looks great. As far as the epics are concerned, you got your Fane, your Venom Mage, often a Kemptum, great, Taragi the Frog, Stagnite, Lady Annabelle, Skull Crusher, Geo. You're doing awesome there. Just scrolling down, you've got Firegun Isbell. Got a lot of epics. Got a lot of epics. Got 3 copies of Firegun Isbell. I wish I did. I've only got 1. There's your Farrakhan the Fat. I don't think you have another copy of him. Okay. Okay. Pretty good. Let's take a look at your clan boss. You've been messing with it today. All right, great. All right, so this is Ultra Nightmare. This is Nightmare. Okay, so Nightmare, right now, you have a 2 key. It looks like you're just shy of 30 million. So, I mean, the first goal would be to get the 1 key Nightmare, right? And then look to build into Ultra Nightmare. Now, sometimes, like, prioritizing Ultra Nightmare too soon can be a problem, because if you don't have your Nightmare team sorted, and then you start going for Ultra Nightmare, and now you're not getting either top chest, right? So right now, just looking at the champions that you have in the team, right? Good team. You've got decreased defense. You've got the leech. You've got turn meter fill. With the apothecary, you've got a speed buff and more turn meter fill. Artak is bringing a decrease attack and HP burn. And then Newt is bringing the weaken. He's also bringing a decreased attack, I believe. And then obviously the destroy defense, the defense destruction plus the massive nukes. Feign brings you another weaken, plus some poisons, a decreased attack, and a decreased defense. So you're doubled up on all of the debuffs, right? You've had 2 decreased defenses. You have 3 decreased attacks, I think. You have 2 weakens. Then you have HP burns and poisons. All 5 champions are pretty good, like in terms of clan boss. Like they're all good clan boss champions. But obviously your Newt is not fully built yet. So there's that could be holding you back. And then like in terms of synergy, you know, the thing that you're probably lacking here is survivability. So like Feign is likely going to die kind of early. You know, you have some sustain, but you don't have any defenses. The decreased attack is incredibly important. And you do have them on 2 different affinities. So you should have some pretty good uptime on your decreased attack. But let's take a look at the actual. Let's see, we don't have a key right now. You have a key? Okay, you don't have a key. That's artifacts. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's take a look at your Newt, first of all. Make sure that he's in a place that he needs to be in. All right, so you do have his masteries done. And you've gone with Giant Slayer. Okay. All right, so now it's just probably going to be a matter of getting his accessories done, getting his ascensions done, or his awakening ascensions done. Yeah. So let's see where you stand there. Okay. Okay, you could get him done. Obviously, it would cost cash right now. I don't know what potion keep is open today. Is it Force? Yeah, it's Force. Okay, so I mean that's a priority, right? You want to get him totally maxed out.
Cedric Takeover became a member.
Cedric, welcome to the Barbarians. The horde keeps growing. Thank you for joining. It's funny because we've had such an inconsistent alert system because we didn't realize there was this weird interaction that was happening. So it was like sometimes working, sometimes not. And we couldn't quite figure it out. And now we've got it working and we've already got two alerts, text to speech alerts early on. Cedric, thanks for becoming part of the team. I'm thrown off a little bit. I'm like, ding. And I'm like, ooh, ding. Ooh. All right. That's nice. All right. So back to the champions. So let's make sure everybody else then is running what they need to be running. We've got Brimstone here. That's a lot of damage. You also have War Master. So that's good. Deacon is there. He's looking good. And then you have Apothecary with Giant Slayer. And Feign with War Master. Okay. And Phantom Touch. All right, so one thing for just like a baseline stat check for Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare, you need to make sure you have your accuracy for your debuffs. So you're going to want to check that as well. So we just go to the Rage Stages tool here on hellhades.com. And again, you just go to the drop-down menu, bottom right-hand corner, Rage Stages tool. And then you go ahead and you go to Clan Boss. And you can... That's weird. I guess you can check all of the different affinities now. Okay. There's the void affinity. Okay, so you can see now you get these numbers here. This resistance is the clan boss's resistance. The number next to his resistance is the accuracy you need to overcome that resistance. So the orange number is your number. So you need 250 accuracy to make sure you're landing your debuffs on Ultra Nightmare. Now, if you go down to Nightmare, I think it's 225, but we can check that. No, it's much lower. It's 175, but you still need 250 for Ultra Nightmare. So as you're scaling up, you know, and you're progressing, as you're building your champions for Nightmare, you want to project towards Ultra Nightmare. Because as soon as you get your key, you want to just start hitting Ultra Nightmare. You don't want to have to think, okay, now I have to rebuild again for Ultra Nightmare. So we are going to talk about speed tuning, you know, for both. One of the things that's going to happen here, because of the champions that you have, is you've probably got like 10 different speed tunes available to you. You got a lot of different options because you have Geo, who's a great option. You've got Skull Crusher, who's a great option. You've got a Taragi the Frog, who's a great option. You know, you've got Venom Mage, who's a great option. You've got Duchess, who's a great option. You've got all of these champions who could potentially give you a better result than what you're currently getting. But I don't know where you run everybody. So we're going to be talking about that. Okay. So I'm going to need you to be giving me feedback here because we're going to have to make some decisions about what to do. Now, give me just a second here. I didn't want to have you all watching me blow my nose. Let's see. I think my camera's also blurry here. Let's fix that. Okay. So, so we have a lot of options. Now, right now, it doesn't look like you have the possibility of a unkillable comp. Okay. So we're looking at a traditional composition. Now, when you're looking at a traditional composition, you want to think damage per turn, which is always true, but that's more of an unkillable thing. The more, you know, when you have 50 turns exactly, you know exactly what you need in terms of damage per turn. We don't know how many turns you're going to get. We don't know if we're going to get 22 or 32 or 42 or what we're going to get. But you can think about a traditional team in two ways. Again, you can think about damage per turn and fewer turns, or you can think about more turns. So the demands in terms of buffs and debuffs for a traditional clan boss team is higher. You need more buffs, right? Instead of one buff, like a block damage buff, basically covering you for most of what you need. The other buff being maybe a block debuffs buff, but you could also use a cleanser. Like if you basically need two buffs, that's it. You can have an increased attack. You could have an increased crit rate. You can have additional buffs, but you just need the block damage or the unkillable buff to be up. And that basically guarantees you 50 turns, and then everything else is gravy. In this case, you can't do that. So right now, what you're doing is you're going sort of with a speed comp. The idea is just get as many turns as possible. It's not speed tuned. Drop as many debuffs as you can on the boss. Hit him as hard as possible, and do as much damage as you can. What is a little bit tricky about this is if we change this composition, if we change this, like the philosophy, like the underlying strategy behind the composition build, we don't necessarily know if we're going to end up with more damage. We can suspect, and we can get you in a place where you can start to like tweak and iterate and experiment, but we don't actually know. We don't know, and we'd have to rebuild it and try it out. So this could be a process of several days or even weeks for you to get to your Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team. Could happen fast. You have good champions. So if we have some gear and we have some potential to do this, we can try it. Now, one of the things that's a little bit tricky today, and I just want to say this for everybody who's watching, we have a CVC today, that's true. There is an artifact enhancement event that is starting tonight in like 15 hours or something. So if you don't have a lot of silver here and you're going for the fusion, like we're only talking about 8 million silver here. If I use up 5 million of your silver, that might stop you from doing the fusion. So I want to make sure that anybody who's doing the fusion, I don't mess with your ability to go for the fusion. So you've got 50 fragments for Zinogre. I'm assuming you're going for the fusion. So I'm not going to spend silver for you today. I'm not going to rebuild stuff, right? That's top priority because the artifact enhancement, you can see, starts in 14 hours. Okay, so if anybody is doing a takeover, make sure you let me know whether or not you're going for the fusion, because unless you have a ton of silver, I'm not going to waste any of your silver. So we're going to talk about this sort of theoretically, which I'm sorry, that's when you got your takeover. We can't really do rebuilds today. All right, so one thing I'm looking at is Geo. Now, Geo is an amazing clan boss damage dealer, right? He's good in a traditional, he's good in an unkillable. The longer the fight goes, the better off you are, right? So if he's built and masteried, and it looks like you're closing in on his masteries, he's not booked. But this would be the ultra nightmare clan boss damage dealer I would be thinking about. Now, you also have Skull Crusher, who can be really helpful in terms of directing the stun and getting you counterattacks. That can get you more damage. So that may be something that we can consider. You have an ally attacker who has a strengthen. Where's her strengthen there? And she's mostly booked. This is actually a great clan boss damage dealer, especially in a traditional comp, because a traditional comp is often tuned more slowly. It moves more slowly. An unkillable composition moves at a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 or a 5-to-3 or something like that. And so you're getting more turns, and so you're getting more attacks. You get more chances of War Masters and Giant Slayers. You get more chances to have uptime on your debuffs because you're actually applying them more frequently. If you're going more slowly because you're going with like a traditional comp and you need to keep ally protects up and increase defenses up and stuff, and you don't want to outrun your buffs, then a champion like Morag can really add something to your team because she gives you strengthen, which extends the life of your team. She's a defensive based champion, so she's going to be tanky naturally. And she has an ally attack, which means you're going to get more attacks that way. The same thing is true for a counterattack, right? A counterattack gets you more attacks without actually requiring you to go faster. So counterattacks and ally attacks are really good on traditional comps. They're also good and unkillable, but sometimes, like you just got to think about how do I get more damage out of a traditional team. Now you want defenses as well. You want mitigations that are going to keep your team alive. You want to think about where's your damage coming from? Poisoners, HP burns, stuff like that. Now, Newt is a great clan boss damage dealer. We already talked about him. He's not booked at the moment, and so he may be something for the future. You could also potentially think about like the fact that you might want to use him in a lot of content, and you might not want to lock him into a speed that he needs to be in for a 1-to-1 composition. Like maybe you could get him going at a 4-to-3, but he might only be running at, 220 or something, and you'd rather run him at 240 or 250 for other content or faster. So there's that. Geo, he does his damage when he's hit, so this feels like, you're going to be able to book him more quickly because he's an epic. And then as long as he lives a long time, you're in pretty good shape. Again, you have so many good options. So like I can think about a composition with Taragi the Frog. You've got Venom Mage. I really like the idea of Duchess, but Duchess can also be the kind of situation where it could be tricky because you might have her in an arena comps where you want to run her really fast, and you might not be able to do that again in a traditional clan boss team, because a traditional clan boss teams don't run that fast. They just don't run that fast. The great thing about Duchess is so you get the increased attack buff on allies, which is not nice. You get the block debuffs. The block debuffs is really good. Like this is going to be really valuable. But then you also have the perfect veil on all allies. So this is another mitigator. This gives you basically 15% damage reduction for everybody but Duchess. But another thing can happen. You can force the clan boss to target her. Depending on which speed tune you use, by putting a perfect veil on everybody except Duchess, you can potentially make the clan boss target Duchess every time. So that's an option. And then you have this passive. Decreases the damage taken by all allies from AoE attacks by 25%. That's a huge damage reduction and is going to extend the life of your team. So, we got a lot of things going on. I'm trying to think of the scenario that I like the best. See if Taragi's built. He's mostly booked, not fully built yet. Artak does have that brimstone, which is a lot of extra damage. I don't know if we have brimstone on anybody else. Got brimstone here on Blizzard the Howler. He's not booked either. He does have an increased defense and ally protection, which is nice. But without him being booked. So this is the decreased attack, right? 100% chance on a 3-turn cooldown, which is nice. How fast is he running? 199. Again, so this is another thing. It's like, I like Artak. I love Artak. Actually, he's one of my favorite like progression champions and favorite just like all around carries. He's just a carry. He's an account carry. I want to run him at 240. That's where I like Artak. Even faster, 260 if you can get him there. You know, because he's just so good in so many places. So, again, if we put him into the team, you may want to break that. You may want to break him out of the team. You know, so this is the thing. Like, Fane, I think, comes into a team like this and stays here. I don't think you break her out of the team. You know, Akemptom's another choice, right? He's got Phantom Touch. He's got the poisons. And he gets extra damage out of the poisons. You got a Frozen Banshee. You've almost got too many options. Unfortunately, like I would want to mess around with the team. I want to mess around with the team builder, but we don't have a key. How close are we to a key? 17 minutes. So maybe we'll be able to do that in a bit. All right, so let's go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually I'm going to go to the optimizer first. All right, so let's pull this up. All right, so I have some ideas, but I wanted to come here to the optimizer first. So we've put your info into the optimizer. And what we are doing is, I don't know what all these sections are. That's the team optimizer, right? Yeah, okay. So we're going to come over here. And we're looking for an Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team. Why is she in there? I don't know. It's weird. Okay. 25 million. There's the Duchess. $27 million. 23 million. 27 million a key. So 27 million a key is not bad because that's a 3 key, right? So anything above 24 million a key is a 3 key Ultra Nightmare. And that would be a really, really good progress for you if you could get to a 3 key Ultra Nightmare. I don't love any of these teams. And I doubt they're speed tuned. I think this is just people throwing in champions and, you know, taking a whack. So let me go back to the game for a second. I want to just check out your couple other champions here. Let's check out Venom Mage. Okay, Venom Mage is actually in a clan boss build. A little low on the accuracy, right? We need 250 for Ultra Nightmare. Phantom Touch, fully maxed out. Feign is also fully maxed out. And getting close on the accuracy might be even be able to glyph that. Let's see if there are any. I'm assuming there aren't. Yeah, you don't have any open chess pieces that are just like sitting around with HP on them. Taragi's going to need that. Cardan, we could potentially take that, but maybe you need the crit rate. Because this also has 13% crit rate. Yeah, and you're at 96% crit rate right now. It's a pretty good build. Obviously, you can get them faster. You know, tankier here and here. Lifesteal set on Skull Crusher. I'd probably take him out of Lifesteal and get him into... It almost doesn't matter, right? Like it's... I guess it doesn't matter if he's in lifesteal. I mean, his set almost doesn't matter because basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to get around to this ally protect. You don't want him to die on the AoEs because he only gets his unkillable for 1 turn. So probably regen. You know, I'd probably put him in regen. You could think about a guardian set on him, like that would be okay. I mean, he already has the ally protection, so like probably regen, maybe. Regen and Immortal. Obviously, you want to get him to that. Yeah, I'm gonna check out Deadwood site now. Let's step out of the optimizer here and go over to Deadwood site. And yeah, okay. I think I'm just going to pull up a calculator. Let's look at some 4-3 ratio teams. Let's see. Yeah, so some of these won't be... I got to make a decision. I got to make a decision, I think. I got to make a decision on which way we're going to try first. So I think Duchess is so strong. And she's built well with the regen and stuff to be a stun target. I'm I mean, she's got 3,500 defense, basically. You know, you can get more defense on her. 65, almost 65,000 HP. Venomage has the heal reduction. The heal reduction gives this passive damage reduction. I think there's also, so there's a decreased attack there if the target is under a poison debuff. And Geo's got a decrease. I mean, he's got a weaken. And then Taragi with the ally protect. I'm looking for some sustain now. Painkeeper is booked. That makes for an interesting possibility there. So regen, no regen. All right, so all right, calculator. So let's put touches in. And let's give her 19% speed, or let's assume she's elite. She may not be. We might not need her to be. And it's possible that we could, for instance, we could use Venomage for the additional accuracy if we don't have the accuracy yet. That's a possibility. I think we could use Geo just for more HP. But for right now, let's just call it the 19. We'll just start here. Let's just start here. All right, so let's bring in Geo. And let's bring in Taragi. So I think Taragi and Duchess are like your primary sort of mitigators. So the question becomes, can we fit another mitigator into this team? Can we bring in Venomage? Can we bring in Morag Bronzelock? We still needed. Did we lose our decrease? Did we lose our decrease attack? Well, we have Taragi, who's got a decrease attack on his A1, right? But it's only a 40% chance. So unless he's in an ally attack or a counter attack, you're not going to have 100% uptime on that unless you have another one. So again, Venomage brings that. The problem with Venomage is you need more poisons. Because Venomage activates her own poisons. Let's see who else brings a decrease attack. Yeah, we keep coming back around to Grush. And then, of course, there's the Artak that you currently have in there. Three-turn cooldown. And who's our decreased defense currently? Our decreased defense is be Venom Mage. Not a lot of sustain there. There's no leech. I mean, we could try shields. Actually, Duchess brings shields. Yeah. But it's on our A1, right? Yeah. Trying to think if, like, can we bring Deacon into the squad? It's harder to speed tune, but can we bring Apothecary back in? Like, okay, this is why you're running those champions currently. You know, now Grush is an interesting choice because he brings Leech. He has a decreased attack or decreased crit damage, which is decent. Continuous heals as well. Wheels are spinning. Sorry. The wheels are spinning. So this would be kind of interesting. You got 3 poison champions now. Taragi the Frog, Fane, and Venom Mage. I know we pulled Geo out, but Geo's not even built. Like, he's not booked. He's not fully built. Fane is. Fane is actually in a really good state. So I'm kind of like, Fane brings that weaken, that decreased defense, decreased attack, and the poisons. She's in a good spot. So for right now, she might be the best clan boss champion you have. She's squishy. That's always the problem with Fane. Without sustain, she's going to die quickly. But we can bring a team with Fane that brings a ton of survivability. Taragi the Frog has ally protect and decrease attack. He actually also has a shield, I think, right? So let me look real quick. I think he gives a shield on his A3. Shield, it's not a huge shield, but it's ally protect, shield, reflect damage, and then he gets extra heals. He's also got this A1 decrease attack, and then he's got the passive poison. Okay, Venom Mage gives us more poisons. Vayne gives us more poisons. That means we're likely to have the passive up, right? Heal reduction will go out. Gives us another chance for a decreased attack and a decreased defense. So we've actually got 3 decreased attacks, 2 decreased defenses, 1 weaken. A little bit of overlap there, but it's not bad for now. Because I don't think we're quite there in terms of, like, if you had like a Rector Drath or something, I would be making a move for that. I mean, we could use a Scylla the Drakes, but she doesn't bring anything else other than sustain. We really want a Leech champion, but your best Leech champion is Deacon. So this feels decent to me. Again, it's a little bit of a guessing game and a little bit of experimentation. So now let's see where the speeds currently are, because we're not going to be rebuilding anybody today, just to see if we can get them into something resembling a speed tune. So Duchess is at 218. Deacon is what? 232. And his sets are Perception and Righteous. Perception and 2 Righteous. And does he have Lore of Steel? He does. Okay. Should go back to Duchess. Duchess has... You can see all this. Duchess has a speed set and no Lore of Steel. 1 speed set, no Lore of Steel. All right, now Taragi is running at what? Where's Taragi? Taragi's right there. 169. Okay. Perception. 169 with 1 perception. Fane is running at 190 with 1 speed set. And then Venom Mage. At 201 with 1 speed set. Okay, now a quick note here. I've noticed that you're running down the defense tree with Venom Mage and you're running down the defense tree with Fane. Yeah. Okay. So I think, when you have squishy champions like this, or you want them to be more survivable, the defense tree makes sense. But you still need the accuracy. And one of the things about these champions is they are poisoners. So when you go down the support tree, if you get to Master Hexer, you have a 30% chance to extend the duration of any debuff cast by this champion by 1 turn. So those poisons have a chance of getting an extra tick. The decreased attack has a chance of, 1 extra turn duration. Decreased defense has an extra turn duration. So the more debuffs they apply, the more value Master Hexer has. In addition, you're going to be able to get the 3 accuracy masteries, and you're going to be able to get Lore of Steel, which in perception will give you additional speed and accuracy. So you're probably going to run at least 1 perception set on your debuffers, if not more. You also have the opportunity for Sniper, which would increase the chance of those same debuffs by an extra 5% if they're not 100%. So if you have a chance for a poison that's 50% per hit, it goes to 55%. That's meaningful. So you may want to consider, I know you lose the defenses. I know you lose the defense of, cleansing the debuff here. It's this one. This is the big one. Delay death, right? The damage reduction here. I know you lose that. And on a traditional clan boss team, this can actually be really valuable as well. So it's going to be a balancing act. It's going to be a choice between do you have the gear to get everything you need? Do you have enough debuffs and all that stuff? Now, when we're doubled up on debuffs the way we are in terms of decreased attack, decreased defense, stuff like that, maybe you don't need Master Hexer, but you can experiment. Once the team is in place, judge whether or not the debuffs are dropping. Judge whether or not you have enough accuracy. Accuracy can come from gear. It doesn't always have to come from the support tree. And this defense can't be replaced, really. But you can think about putting somebody relatively tanky who's not your ally protector in a guardian set. So, right now, Duchess Lolitu is in a regen set. I think that's a good idea. So who could we get into a guardian set that would make sense? Actually, on this team, it would probably be Duchess, maybe Venom Mage. That's a little bit tricky. Venom Mage does well in a regen set. But it's not naturally so tanky that you're like, oh yeah, let her soak up a lot of the damage. So it's a little bit tricky here. You could go tankier with your Fane. You could pull her out of the defense tree, put her into the support tree, and simultaneously rebuild her for more defense. So this particular glove, which is crit damage, she's basically a debuffer in this squad. It's nice that she can do crit damage. You don't need her to do crit damage. You need her to land or decrease attack, decrease defense, weaken, and poisons. You need her to land those and stay alive. So you could just pull this one gauntlet off of her, find another speed gauntlet or life gauntlet that gives you HP percentage or defense percentage. Or you could even find maybe a nice little immortal duo. That would be good. If you have any good immortal pieces, because that'll give her a little extra sustain as well. And this also gives you the 15% HP. So this is when you're talking about the life set gives you HP 15%. Immortal gives you the same thing that life does, but then the extra, heals. So you could find some extra survivability that way as well. So think about maybe getting her into the support tree and, complete that perception set. That'll push the accuracy to what you need it to be, and maybe give you a little bit of extra speed. So, you could do 1 perception set, say 1 immortal set and 1 speed set, or, 2 perception sets and an immortal set would be really nice. But okay, so for right now, let's go back to that calculator and see where we stand. So you can see it's jumping around, and that's obviously because we got Deacon. So Deacon gets the extra turn. Deacon is really tricky to use. I don't think we can use Deacon. Damn it. Now that I'm thinking about it, the extra turn mechanic is a problem. Now we could turn off his... We completely turn off his A3. Then you no longer have that problem. and you can actually see this tunes. You know, and you still get the leech out there, and you still have the decreased defense. But it's like if we're not using his turn meter fill, then should we be using him at all? Because we don't have a cleanse here. We just have Duchess taking the stun. Yeah, we don't need a cleanse, right? If we time this, the only problem is Spirit Affinity is not going to work with this. I don't think. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. We could do that. In a 1/1 speed tune, we could do that, I think. This will be on a 4-turn cooldown, so she needs to move at a 4 to 3. Okay. All right. So let's check this out. Maybe we can do this. Maybe we can do this. You've presented me with a tricky problem here. All right. So what I'm thinking about is, do we need to the question is, do we need to Ragi the Frog moving at a 4 to 3? No, his ally protection is on a 3-turn cooldown if you fully book it. Okay. And then Fan and Venom Mage, and yeah, okay. So that's not too bad. So we need a single 4/3. So there are 2 here currently. I mean, there are probably more, but the fast single 4/3 and the single 4/3 advanced. Let's check these out. So I want to look at this speed tune. Oh, it looks like one champion does have to go pretty fast, but that's okay because we might be able to get to that speed depending on who it is. This dances around. I don't know how is this a speed tune? Does it keep dancing around? No, eventually it settles down. Okay, here it settles down. And so the double turn comes in the first column. But I think what we need, this is what I think we need. I think we need Duchess to go last in the second column. And then everybody to only go once in the third column. If she goes last in the second column, she can put up her perfect veil and block debuffs buff then. That will prevent the slow from the Spirit Affinity. It will also block the stun from the clan boss, like on his third hit. Simultaneously, everybody will be under the veil for both the AoE 2 and the stun. So she will be the target regardless of affinity. You can force her to be the target. And she's in regen gear and she's super tanky anyway. So that feels okay. So this speed tune isn't going to work though. Let's check if this speed tune will work. So this is more what we want. Right? We've got somebody going twice in the second column and they're ending in the second column. And the speed requirements here are not bad at all. Now, if we look at your tune, you're going a little fast in some places. So actually, in this case, we would probably shut off the speed aura. Maybe. Actually, let's see. So let's just do the I almost feel like we just forget to sustain at this point and go put Geo back in, but I don't know. I don't know. All right. So let's do this then. Let's say if we did Duchess here. And we could actually put Skull Crusher in. We could skip on Deacon and put in Skull Crusher. But Skull Crusher is also the way to force the stun. Yeah, probably just. All right, so Fane is running at 190. So let's put Fane here because getting her to 192 would probably be easy. All right, let me check chat for a second. Okay. Taragi here. No. No, we want Taragi in the other spot. We want Taragi here, I think. And then Venom Mage. Whoops. Okay, so what we want to eventually have happen is that Duchess's A2 goes up at the bottom of the middle column. The problem is going to be the stun here. Because she's not going at, she's not going at the bottom of this very first column. So the block debuffs is going to wear off on Taragi. And Taragi could catch the stun. How do we prevent Taragi from catching the stun? I mean, we could put Venom Mage ahead in the turn order. Venom Mage is the same affinity. But we're going to have Perfect Veil up. And Duchess is a different affinity. So she's the only one who's not going to have the Veil, right? Now, if Taragi catches the stun, doesn't mean it can't work, but then we have to change our skill order. So it may be that when you're going up against Force Affinity, you have to change the skill order. May just be that that's the way it works. Wouldn't be the worst thing because it's only one turn. Actually, it's 2 turns because Duchess doesn't actually get into her spot until down here. Let's see if we can force her to jump the line a little bit sooner. Yeah, I didn't think she's going to end up in the first column. That's what I thought might happen. All right, so her like leeway is relatively small. Let me just check one thing. Let me just check one thing. I'm still thinking about Skull Crusher. I think it's okay. I think Taragi, you can potentially prevent Taragi from taking the stun. Right, against Force Affinity, you just put him behind Venom Mage. Well, no, because I keep saying that, but it's not going to happen. It's because of the Perfect Veil. So the Perfect Veil will come off. So in Force Affinity, he's going to take the stun, and you just have to force his skill one time. Now, that's going to be tricky because he's here. But it might line up anyway. You might be able to get it to line up. Or it might just move over one turn, and then that's fine too, because you have 2 AoEs, and he's probably not going to cover you all the way through. But so if we look at it, like Taragi's Ally Protect is on his A3. It's not perfect. Okay, so it's not perfect. I don't think we're going to get perfect coverage because we need Duchess to do this ability here. She has to do her A2 here. And what that means is Taragi's Ally Protect won't cover her. It'll cover everybody else but her. But then the Perfect Veil goes up. So you're going to have the Ally Protect on Taragi on column 1. You're going to have Duchess's Perfect Veil on column 2 and the Ally Protect for everybody except Duchess. Then you're going to have the Veil up for everybody except Duchess in column 3, which means she takes the stun. She will block the stun because she has her block debuffs buff up. You will always have the 25% damage mitigation from Duchess's AoE, like passive. You should have an additional 15% from Venom Mages as long as you have the heal reduction up. So we want to make sure that the heal reduction is up for turn 1 and turn 2. We want the heal reduction up for the AoEs. So Venom Mage's heal reduction skill is on her A3. And that's also her poisons. So we want to go A3 and then A2. So we don't want her to use her A1 until the 3rd column. So we want A3, A2, A1. So let's see if we can force that to happen. There we go. But this shouldn't delay it 2 turns anyway. I don't want it to delay 2 turns. I want it to be full auto. We don't need her poison. We don't have to worry about her poisons. We have poisons from Fane. Okay. That's right. I don't have to worry about that as much. So when her A2 lands, as long as poisons are up, she'll place the decrease attack. That's all we're worried about is the decrease attack. Okay, so as long as the A3 goes up in that spot, you're fine, right? Like, it doesn't even matter. You can make this the highest priority again. So you probably don't have to change that. You can just... All right, now I got to make sure the A3 lands in the first column. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so... Why can't I get this to land in the first column without... All right, A3, A2, A1, A3, A2, A1, A3, A2, A1. So it should go A2, A1, A3, but we can't... Yeah, so this is how it's got to go. Okay, so we can do that. So we open with the A1 on Venom Mage. That'll open here. Then we make A2 the priority, so it'll go next. That'll put A3 into the first column, and then it'll stay that way the whole time. It'll go A3, A1, A2, A3, A1, A2. As long as the A3 happens here, that means the healing reduction is going to be on the boss for both AoEs. That's going to trigger the extra 15% damage mitigation from Venom Mage. It's also going to get the poisons out there, right? Now, once the healing is like on, you're good. You do also want the chance of the decrease attack. So if Venom Mage is activating poisons, you want to make sure that you still have some poisons out there. So potentially what we want to do here, actually what I think we would do, probably just for the sake of the turn order, is we'd probably switch Fane and Venom Mage. That gives us more flexibility because we want Venom Mage to go before Fane. So yeah, so then we'll do that. What we just did there is this. Right? No, it's the other way around. This has to be a top priority. There we go. Yeah, okay. So now for Fane, what do we need? We need her to drop her poisons in the second column, basically. Maybe not, because is that also her decrease attack? It is. We have Taragi's decrease attack as well. So we want to make sure the first column is covered by a decrease attack and the second column is covered by a decrease attack. And Venom Mage's decrease attack is her A2. Oh, yeah, it's her A2. Okay. So we'll have Fane drop her decrease attack in column 1 and her poisons. So that's her A2. And that means we'll have decrease attack here, decrease attack here. And Taragi's decrease attack is kind of like, that's almost extra. That's just extra. But if we can, we'll have him drop that in turn 3. So we'll have a decrease attack in turn 1, decrease attack in turn 2, decrease attack in turn 3. They're all 2-turn buffs. So as long as 2 out of the 3 of them hit, right, then you'll have full coverage. That's better than stacking them in the same turn. So Taragi the Frog's already doing his A1 in the third column, so that's right. No, we're going to... Are we changing that? No, we're not changing that. He's doing his... Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Do we need his A2 at all? No, we don't need his A2. So we can just turn his A2 off, I think. And that's going to give us more chances to get his A1s out, so more chances at decreased attacks. And we said Fane's poisons, but that's her A2, not her A3, right? A2, yeah. So we need the A2 in the first column from Fane. So now the A3 is her weaken and decrease defense. We already have decreased defense, so the weaken's important. It's not going to be 100% uptime. The only way to make that 100% uptime would be to put her into a 4-3 rotation as well, which we could do. There are ways to do that. It'd be tricky though. So for right now, let's ignore that and let's just say we want the A2. How do we get the A2 into the first column? I don't want to. I think it has to be the highest priority because the A3 is on a 4-turn cooldown, so we need that to jump around. But we need the A3 to stay in the same spot. So now we just got to figure out the cooldowns. So how do we do this? We may not be able to do this unless she's at a 4-3. Darn it. If her A2 is always landing in the third, then the poisons will go up for the third column and the first column. And then Venom Mage will add poisons in the first column and then activate them in the second column, but we're losing the natural poisons from Feign. So we could have her apply them in the second column. That would be fine. If she applies in the second column, we need when Venom Mage uses her A3, we need poisons on board. And she's applying them here with her A2 in the third column. Oh no, it's the other way around. She applies her poisons with the A3. She applies her poisons with the A3. And then when her A2 goes off, she needs poisons in order to get the decrease attack. So if Feign applies her poisons in the second column, that's actually better. Because Feign Venom Mage is okay. So Feign in the second column needs to use her A2. I think we messed that up. I think I messed that up. Not we. You didn't mess anything up. Like now I'm thinking maybe I want Venom Mage's A2 in the first column. I was thinking A3, A2, A1, right? Because we needed the A2 in a different spot. But it's like, it's not actually the A3 that's all that critical. The A3 is just, it's the heal. It is the heal reduction. You want it. Actually, you do want it in the same. Yeah, okay. The A3 is critical because the heal reduction gives you the debuff, but it also places the poisons. And that's why you wanted the A2. But I think, okay, so if Feign covers the poisons in this column, then Venom Mage's A2 will activate a decrease attack. And Feign's poisons are also a decrease attack. And that'll cover all three, and then Taragi the Frog can double them up. But that means we only got the one shot in column one, but that's okay. We'll have to do that. So Feign's poisons need to go out in column 2. So that's her A2. So we don't have to touch her. All we have to do is change her priorities. So we just have to switch her priorities, and then you're going to get that A2. So the A2 will drop here. That'll be a decrease attack for this AoE. Venomage will decrease attack again here. So that should cover the stun and the AoE 1. As long as Venomage lands her debuff, you'll have full coverage on decreased attacks. Now the decreased defense from Feign and the Weaken is going to move around. But Deacon's will just pop up at the same point every time, right? Like his is just his A2. The A1, the double A1 gives you a double chance to get the leech out there. So in the first column and the third column, you'll have a chance to get like a leech out in each case, which is good. So you should have pretty good uptime on the leech. I'm trying to think if we need to tweak anything else. So Taragi the Frog's Ally Protect goes up on the A3. Duchess Lilitu's Fail goes up on the A2. The boss's A2. We're protected for the slow. We're protected for the stun. We've got the decreased attack covered. We've got the poison covered. The Weaken is going to bounce around. The decreased defense should be fine. You're going to get a lot of coverage from the decreased defense. There are going to be turns where Deacon's A2 and Fein's... Oh, it doesn't bounce around. What am I talking about? No, it does. A1, A2, A1, A3, A2, A1, A1, A2, A3. Yeah, so it does bounce around. But it'll never be in the second column. So that's good. It'll either be in the first column or the third column, and Deacons will always be in the second column. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. So that means you'll never get them on the same turn. So you're more likely to get 3-turn coverage if they're not on the same turn. Now, the thing about this speed tune is Deacon is the one like weird thing here. You know, we could pull Deacon out. Deacon is giving us a leech and that's it. He's giving us that sustain. You could try bringing in a healer who doesn't change turn meter thing. So like you could bring in Apothecary and not let him speed boost you. It's the same thing. We need some sustain here, but potentially you could try something else here. Like you could just do a different champ. You could bring in Geo here, and just let it run with other champions. See what happens without the sustain. You've got shields, I think without the sustain, you won't go that long. I think, you have regen, but in order for that to really work, you would need regen on everybody, or you would need lifesteal on champions. So based on what you're currently showing, like this, so like Venomage could go into a regen set. That would be fine. Or even we said protection. Or Guardian set. She could go into a Guardian set. You've got regen here. Put him in regen. So you could have 3 regens. Put Feign in lifesteal. You could try it that way. I mean, the easier way is just to bring in a leech, which is what we're trying to do. So the leech and the decreased defense work really well. It's a little bit weird, thinking about not having Deacon with his turn meter fill. But right now he's providing something that we don't have anywhere else. We literally don't have sustain without turn meter fill. There's no sustain anywhere in your roster without turn meter fill except for Scylla the Drakes, who brings nothing else. Oh, you know what? Let's look at there would be a way to make Sky Touched work, probably. And Grush is the other option. We did mention Grush. So you could do this, and he brings another decreased attack. And then we lose the consistent decreased defense. But so Grush would be the other option and would probably be better sustained than Deacon. And if you want to run Deacon fast, like if you're like, no, Deacon is in my clan, in my arena team or something, I'm not dropping his speed. He's running at 232. I want him faster, not slower. Because right with this speed tune right now, we'd be running him slower. Then I would probably consider Grush. I put Grush in that spot. You still have the decreased defense from Fane. You still have the weaken from Fane. It's not going to be, you're not going to have 100% uptime, but you'll get more sustain from Grush than you get from Deacon. He reduces crit damage, reduces attack, gives you more heals, gives you a leech, and the leech is on the A1, so it's more consistent. So have more uptime on the leech. You'll basically have it up 100% of the time, unless he weak hits. So you could do that. That would actually probably, like, not immediately, not today, but like, you know, moving forward, that would be something to do. Now we could also see what just happens to the speed tune if we speed Deacon up. So he's currently running at 232. Like, what happens if we just push him to 232? Does it completely break? And it does. Like it's not that it would be the same, but there might be a close speed to get into tune. Yeah, but that's a 1-to-1, and we need Duchess running it at 2-to-1. So this was what was this? 178. Now my feeling is, you know, the nice thing about this speed tune is it's pretty flexible. You can experiment with a lot of champions here. You have that long-term goal of getting Geo built and into a team, you know, on the clan boss. I think that Duchess extends your life quite a bit. Now, the difference between this tune and the tune that you're currently running is speed, right? With Apothecary and Deacon, you get a lot of turn meter fill. You're getting sustain from the leech, but you're also getting sustain from the heal. You got the speed buff. You get more turns, and more turns means more War Master and Giant Slayer procs. So it's potentially possible. You do a full rebuild, you get into a team like this, and even though the team does live longer, maybe it lives 50% longer, maybe it lives like an extra 10 turns, it still may not do as much damage because you're just not getting more hits. It feels pretty good to me. I think between the poisons that you get, you've got 3 poisoners here, and all the mitigations, like if you get 30 turns of poisons plus the procs of the War Master and the Giant Slayers, you know, you got a chance to at least 1 key Nightmare. Now that's another thing that we can check here. What happens when we drop it down to Nightmare? Yeah, it breaks. Now there might be some advice here about Nightmare. Yeah, so the problem here is Duchess is now moving at a 5 to 3 ratio. She's moving too fast. So, you know, this feels like an Ultra Nightmare team. And again, now, here's the thing about Ultra Nightmare teams. A 1-to-1 ratio team isn't going to get you past probably, like at best, probably a 2 key. To get a 1-to-1 ratio team, where in this case, it's all 1-to-1 except for one champion who's 4 to 3. To get a 1 key Ultra Nightmare would be incredibly difficult. You'd have to have God tier gear and all the right champions. And I don't think that that's likely. So what the best case scenario is, this probably gets you to a 3 key Ultra Nightmare. But it's not working on Nightmare right now. I don't know how it would work on Nightmare. It may be that even though it's not tuned properly for Nightmare, it's strong enough that it wouldn't matter and it would just run. Or it may be that you can tweak it in terms of like the AI a little bit to get it to work. Or it may be that like a single champion substitution might bring in a tune, or a single swap of gear, which would be like 50,000 a day or whatever, you know, 100,000 a day, would get you to work. I don't know. So, you know, unfortunately, it feels like you're in this weird space where you need one more champion to really help you decide where to go with your speed tune, and also what kind of speed tune that you would like, the result you would get, basically. Like, how good would that speed tune be? So, you know, like I said, if we were going to sit here for 10 or 12 hours and theory craft and whatever, we might be able to come up with a better thing. Or if we had like 100 million silver and we could just mess around with all your gear and champions, we might be able to come up with something better. This feels pretty good to me. It doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel awesome. It feels likely better than what you've got. The downside to this particular one is the Deacon issue. I think that's a big issue. I think slowing Venomage down, I think slowing Fane down, I think running Taragi, that, like, I don't think the speed's an issue with these champions. Actually, slowing them down is going to give you a chance to potentially get them into regen gear that's not that fast, because you don't need speed gear or whatever. You can get, you know, like a perception set and regen, or immortal and regen, and still hit your accuracy thresholds. Remember that you can even slow them down further, because you could run a speed aura. You've got 2 speed auras here of 19%. So this could even drop the speed requirements further. So you could potentially run them not in speed boots. You can run them in HP percentage boots or defense percentage boots, and that'll boost their survivability even further. So with 19% here, you're going to basically save 19 speed. You're going to be running these champions at like 158, 162. You know, so you can reach those speeds without speed boots. So if you can't get survivability out of Fane's Gauntlet, you can put her in HP percentage boots and keep the Gauntlet. You know, so as we go back here to these builds, it's like, you know, we want extra survivability and we want extra accuracy. We don't need the speed. This is a really nice speed boot from this accuracy set, but maybe this can now go on somebody else who needs the speed, because Fane might not. You know, the other option, like we said, is to put Venomage in as the lead, and she's giving you 45 accuracy in all battles, and that alleviates, you know, some of the stat pressure there. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like we have a great defensive aura. I do think that when you get Geo in, you know, the HP 25%, that could help. That will create more sustain, because your regen sets will regen more. You know, you'll get more healing per turn. In addition, you'll be further from like getting one shot, so you might get an extra round that way at the end. You know, long term, this may be the guy that you bring in. You know, you do have some other. We could go, you know, this route. Actually, she doesn't have a leech, does she? I didn't think she did. Okay, so I was going to say, if she had a leech. Yeah. I mean, any questions? Does it feel like, you know, I've given you any insight here into how to move forward with this? Because sometimes, you know, we have two situations here, neither of which are great. One is we don't have a clear choice. There isn't one clear choice. You know, because of who you've got built and where they are and all that stuff, there isn't one clear choice. So it's like, whatever you choose, you're going to have to build, and then you're not going to know the result until after you've built. You know, so there's that. And then the second thing is, you have so many of the other choices, so many ways to get the components. You know, like I was thinking about a Painkeeper situation for a while. We could have done a Painkeeper situation where with the cooldown reduction, we could actually like change up the speed tune considerably. You know, or like I said, the Morag option. So it's like by having too many choices, or the Skull Crusher option, by having too many choices, you actually can get frozen, and you can get the thing where you start building the Skull Crusher and, you know, I don't know if I feel like it's going to work. And then you start building the, you know, Painkeeper, and you're like, I'm not sure it's going to work. And then you disperse, you know, your resources too far. So I think the best bet is to think about what champions you want to invest in, and then move in that direction, or at least think about the champions that you currently have that are close and available, which is what I chose here. Like, these champions are all already built and available. So for this speed tune, like you don't have to book anybody out. I think Duchess needs one more book. I think that's the only thing. Duchess needs one more book. But I think everybody else is booked out. Fane is booked, Deacon's booked, Venom Mage is booked, Taragi is booked. Right? So that's why I chose this tune, because like otherwise it could be a couple of months before you're able to get where you need it to be. Actually, Taragi needs a book. He needs a book in his A3. So in this case, Duchess needs one book. If it lands in the right spot, it needs to land on her A2. And Taragi needs a book to land in his A3, I think. But Venom Mage is booked. Fane is booked. Deacon is booked. And also the masteries, right? We were just talking about the masteries. So it's like we can check those too. It's like if we want to use those procs, Duchess has them, Fane has them, Venom Mage has them, Deacon has them, Taragi has them. So everybody has War Master. So that's the other thing. It's like I think this is the least risky build. Do you know what I mean? This is the least risky speed tune to see if this kind of speed tune is going to work for you. Because you already have all the masteries where they need to be, so you don't have to invest in all of that. And, the champions are close. Most of the champions are booked. Some of the champions need one or two more books. And again, you can think about those regen sets or maybe that Guardian set in there. And like I said, if it turns out that you don't want Deacon, I would think about Grush. Grush would be a more efficient sustain champion. Now he's further away. That's why I'm saying don't go with him right now. Like, see if it works first. It's cheaper to just slow Deacon down a little bit. Like literally, you might be able to slow him down simply by pulling off his banner or something. You might be able to drop his speed enough just from one or two piece changes. Maybe break one of the sets, and that's going to lose you a speed or a bonus or a speed bonus from the set bonus. So like that's going to be a couple 100,000 silver. Whereas, running Grush up could be several million silver plus thousands of energy plus, like all the books that you have to put into him, plus all the chickens that you have to use on him. So it's like, this is just a cheaper experiment. And then if he works, like if the tune works pretty well, and you're like, but I'd like to speed Deacon up. And you're like, well, Grush is a good replacement. In fact, he's actually maybe a little bit better. You don't have that 100% uptime on the decreased defense, but you've got the decreased crit damage. You're going to extend the life. You've got the more uptime on the leech. You got more sustain. Chances are you're going to get extra turns. That may increase the overall damage. And that frees up Deacon. So I think in terms of like risk, this is relatively low risk. And it'll start moving you into a speed tune that could potentially be advanced. Now, as you progress with the speed tune, you might want to go from this 1-4-3, speed tune into some of the other, let's see, where is it? Some of the other 4-3, so it might be like, let's see if there's another one here. There's a, 3 4-3 champs or 2 4-3 champs. And that's a way to increase the damage. So for instance, in this particular case, yeah, this might work. So you could actually look at this one too. So this is, which one was this? This was the 3 4-3 champs. Right now, if you look at it, everybody in the third column only goes one time. That's the key. So what you could do here is make Duchess this champ. Right? And again, she's going to use her A3 at the bottom of column 2. So that's it. 1 turn delay. Now she's using her A3 at the bottom of column 2. Right? And so in this particular case, you can still get the exact same output from Duchess. The exact same output from Duchess. With the exact same result in terms of like, it'll prevent the slow in against the spirit boss, and it will prevent the stun. Same thing happens here. You can see she's not at the bottom in the first or second turns. And so as a result, you're going to have to deal with the stun situation somehow. Like there's going to be, or the slow situation somehow. Like in this case, it looks like the slow situation could be a problem. But you can try it. You can at least experiment with that. Every other affinity, it's going to be full auto, you know, like, and she's going to do that. She's going to, it'll just work. Like she'll block the stun and she'll block the stun, you know, plus she'll have the veil up. She'll be the target. Wait a second. Why isn't the veil going up on that one? There's a second veil here on this team. There's a jar egg veil, I think, and that's messing it up. Let me pull this out. Let me say if this was Deacon. Turn this off. That's really weird. So Duchess puts her veil up here on her A3, right? Am I reading that wrong? Her A3? Oh, it's her A2. That's what it was. Okay. So never mind. You don't even have to mess around. Okay, so it's the A2. I was wondering why the veil was falling off. It's because she has a veil on her A3 as well, but the A3 is, you know, that veil is not super important. So the A2, you know what? Duchess's A3 has continuous heal. That, I don't know if that's going to be enough sustain, but there is some sustain there. So maybe Deacon is less important in the other two than we thought. I don't think the continuous heals will do enough. You know, I still feel like that leech is going to be critical, but there is some sustain there. But so yeah, so the A2 goes here. You still have, you know, the Taragi the Frog situation. Probably in this particular case, you could use a 4-turn. Let's see if we did this as Taragi. See, his skills are going to jump around because his. But let me see. You haven't booked him yet. His current ally protection is on a 4-turn cooldown. It would be a 3-turn cooldown, but it is currently a 4-turn cooldown. That's his A3, right? His A3 is his ally protection. Yes, it is. So it's currently on a 4-turn cooldown. By the way, is his A2 currently on a 4-turn cooldown? It is. But we're turning the A2 off anyway. We don't care. So this is actually now, it's basically the same system. This is actually even better. This is maybe a better tune, right? So you've got Taragi doing, you don't have to book them. We do need it to land in the same place all the time. Why is it moving around? It's on a 4-turn cooldown. He's getting 4 turns. It should be in the same place every time. Oh, we've got 2 Taragis. That's why we've got 2 Taragis. Okay, so we actually want that Taragi. And it's on a 4-turn cooldown. There we go. Okay, so now this would be, this is right now, this is Deacon. We'd actually probably want this as Deacon, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so this actually gives you more hits. That's all. That's the only difference. The only difference here is by getting everybody to go in the first column in extra time, you get 3 people going in extra time as opposed to 1 person going in extra time. That's 2 extra hits per 3 turns of the clan boss. So here, again, you want Taragi the Frog putting up his ally Protect. So it'll cover everybody for AoE 1. It'll also cover everybody for AoE 2 except for Duchess. It'll drop off the Duchess, but she will put up her Perfect Veil there. So everybody will be covered on the Perfect Veil, which is the extra mitigation. The Perfect Veil will last through the stun. That'll cover the stun target, which should be forced to Duchess. She won't be stunned. You don't have to worry about the slow as well after a certain point. I don't know if it's going to work up here, but so it could be full affinity friendly. We don't know. And then this would give Deacon an extra turn. Taragi an extra turn, so more A1s, more chances of uptime on the decrease attack from Taragi, more uptime on the leech from Deacon Armstrong, and more chances for them both to proc War Master. So these speeds, again, this just lets you run Deacon and Duchess a little bit faster. That's all it does. That's basically what it does. So you don't have to actually slow them down. So, Deacon is currently running at 234 or whatever for you. So now you can run him at 222 as opposed to what we were running him at like 178 in this build. When we were doing this one. No, it was this one. 178, we were running him here. So, when you're looking at these speed tunes, you're like, the more attacks I can get, the more likely I am to push damage. So sometimes even with the same champions, you can find a different build, like a different speed tune that still works. This feels good. This feels even better than the other one. Does the exact same job in the exact same way. The most important sequence here is that Duchess goes at the bottom of the second column every time, and that nobody in the third column goes twice. You can't have anybody go twice in the third column. Because if they go twice, their veil falls off and their block debuff falls off. And then they could potentially take the hit. They could get stunned. Once one champion gets stunned, the tune falls out of tune. The team doesn't work anymore. So take some screenshots, right? Like figure out these speeds. So we've got this tune, which works off of this one on the Deadwood Jedi site, the 343 champs. And this is what it would look like. You could also just timestamp this, like you'll know, because this live stream will be posted. The other option here is to go with this one. Same thing. You can see Duchess going at the bottom of column 2 and nobody going twice in column 3. This won't do as much damage, but it might be easier in terms of stats. Don't forget, you can run Duchess Lilitu or Venom Mage as your lead, depending on if you have trouble with speed or trouble with accuracy. And if you don't have trouble with either, then you don't have to run them as the leads. You could run somebody else as a lead. I don't think any of them else have a good aura, but you could just run somebody that doesn't have an aura if you don't want to mess with those things. I would say I would just run Venom Mage. I would run Venom Mage as the lead. I think that would probably be the best because even if you have the accuracy, having more accuracy doesn't hurt. And also we don't want Taragi the Frog to ever take the stun. And if Venom Mage takes the stun, that's not the biggest deal. Like once you figure out that she takes the stun, you change her turn order by 1 and you're fine. And it should still line up. But you can't have Taragi the Frog take the stun because that could throw the whole thing out of whack. So if you had to do that, you could do that. I know the Veil thing we were talking about before, so it still may not work. If Taragi takes the stun, you may just have to adjust his skill order, and that would happen against the Force Affinity boss. So where what would happen. All right. So I think that's it. So that was longer than I expected it to because we found a second speed tune. But yeah, do you have any questions? Of course there are questions. What I would say is try it out. Try that second speed tune out. You're probably close to those speeds. Probably shouldn't be too hard to get your Deacon to that speed. Like I said, you're at 232. What did you need to be? 222. So literally pull this banner off. You can also play in the calculator with the speeds. It may be that you have 1 or 2 or even 3 speed in any direction leeway. Those speeds aren't going to be exact. You know, they don't have to be exactly at those numbers. They have some leeway. So you maybe just pull this, you know, this out. Obviously that drops the accuracy. So maybe you don't want to pull that out. You can find the speed somewhere else. But the other thing to consider, and just I haven't, you know, looked into this yet, is if you have these speed bonuses. So you have 6 speed here for the Demon Lord. So you're going to have to calculate that in as well. So don't forget about the 6 speed for the area bonuses. Okay, are you chatting in the stream chat? Because I haven't heard you in a while in the Discord. I haven't been looking at the stream chat for a while because I've been locked into the calculator. Okay. All right, good. Yeah. You know, here's another thing, just a quick note. Like, as soon as you get a Demitha, or as soon as you get like if you get a Helikath or a Rosh card, things are going to change, right? Because with like a Helikath and a Skull Crusher, you can go full unkillable. You know, with a Rosh card and a Skull Crusher, you can go full unkillable. So that would change. With the Demitha, you would probably need an Eris, and you would start going, Mythair. But so if you do get an unkillable champ, this could change what you're doing. But for right now, you just want to try to get to that 3-key Ultra Nightmare. And I do think that this team has potential. I also think that Geo may be the future of your clan boss damage dealing like team. But if you get to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare, then maybe you don't need that. Maybe you can just build him for Iron Twins and all the other things that he does, you know, Hydra and stuff, and not worry about him in your clan boss for the time being. But he does so much damage on clan boss that, you know, that would also be something to consider. I mean, I didn't even talk about a Kemptum who's like awesome. We didn't talk about Frozen Banshee, who's awesome. You know, you have almost too many options right now. So I just think this is the one that has the lowest impact in terms of changing your roster and like cash investment. And so this would be the first one I would try. If it doesn't work, if it just doesn't get you any more damage, remember you still have the speed tune that you have. Like you could just, the non-speed tuned team, just throw that team back together and keep running it. And you can iterate off of that. And if you're just looking for a little bit more damage there, you know that there are some masteries to complete. You know that there are maybe some tweaks you can make in terms of accuracy, getting more accuracy so you have more uptime on debuffs and stuff like that. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for letting me hang around, Caustic. I hope that wasn't, I mean, sometimes when we do clan bosses, it's like, it's mostly theory because we can't do rebuilds and show it. Definitely let me know in Discord, like send me updates about this team if you start to build it, because I'm going to want to see the results, because it's also going to help inform me to make sure I've actually sent you in the right direction. And if it turns out that, hey, yeah, I got 20% or 25% extra damage out of it, and I can still get more out of that team, then I can feel good recommending that kind of team to other people in the future. Or if it turns out like you say, you know what, my untuned team was just as good, then that's also going to be information. So then I don't recommend this kind of stuff to other people. I feel decently confident about it, and I do think it's relatively low impact. So it's at least something to try. And I'm never going to feel bad about that kind of suggestion. You know, I do think it's worth the try. I would try it on my own account. I basically is what I'm saying. So, But all right, so let's call that there. Son, are you here? Mr. Son, there you are. There he is. All right, why don't we wipe the wheel of Takeover? Let's reset the wheel of Takeover and get one more Takeover in here today.
Already reset for all those interested. Make sure you react to my message.
All right. So again, I'll run down it in case this is your first time here. You need to be a member of our Discord community. So go ahead and click the link in this video or on our YouTube page to become a member. In the Discord, there is a section called the Coaching Corner. It's like 2/3 of the way down on all of our channels. In the Coaching Corner, there's a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. You check in there, just like click on that. You'll see a message from Sun. All you have to do is react to the message. Don't try to type anything, just react to the message. That'll add you to the wheel. We'll spin the wheel in a few minutes, and the winner will get the Takeover. Now, you want to make sure you have your email address and your password available to you and ready. Make sure you have the right password so we can do this relatively quickly. As soon as you win, DM me your login information, and I'll start the process of logging into your account. And then once you've done that, you can go ahead and join the Coaching Voice. The Coaching Voice channel is the channel that I'm in currently, so you'll hear me in real time without the delay of the stream. So just go ahead and mute the stream. And then you can tell me what you want, and we'll try to make it happen. That's the whole process. And just a reminder, everybody gets one win per 90 days, but if you won in 2023, there was a reset at the beginning of the year. So as long as you haven't won in 2024, you are eligible. If you have won in 2024, you're eligible to keep watching and having fun. Yeah, so Nunya, one of the things I was saying about that second tune is you might be able to do it without booking Taragi, so that's even lower impact, right? And you don't have to drop Deacon's speed so much. So I would actually try the second speed tune. I would try that one first. More turns, less investment, even less investment. And it's going to work with Taragi at unbooked, you know. All right. So let's give it 1 minute. We're going to give it 1 minute, and then we're going to spin this wheel. How are we doing in terms of the number of reactions? Wow, we got a lot of reactions. All right. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button on the stream, please. That would be fantastic. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And if you're doing a takeover, you're going to join our Discord community today, so that's awesome. But if you were just watching and you weren't actually going for a takeover, still join our Discord community because it's a really fun community. We've just launched our Colred Plays Clan Cluster. That's harder to say than I'd like it to be. But yeah, so if you are looking for a clan, we have several clans on offer. We are filling up very quickly. We have a few spots in sort of an intro level clan, and then we're going to have a few spots at the most competitive tier of clan, which is sort of we're calling it a late game clan. You can see the requirements for each clan in our Discord. All you have to do is go to the section called Colred Plays Clans. I think that's all it's called, right? Colred Plays Clans is the section. And then in that section, go to the clan application. And the application itself will describe all of the clans that are available and what the requirements are to join those clans. Also, please, if you are applying to a clan or if you have already applied to a clan, please read the clan rules. Those rules will apply to all of the clans in the cluster. And in addition, there may be like specific rules for each clan, and those will be determined and distributed by your clan leaders. So the rules are really simple. They're not like onerous or anything. It's basically about like there's an activity requirement. There's a rule about how many clan quests you can choose. We're asking people to match their Discord name to their in-game name or vice versa, whichever it is, just so we can tell who is who in both places. And then, the whole being nice to people kind of thing. All of the rules that are part of the server. So if you're interested in that, please go check it out. And Dusty says, one more reason to join the Discord is to taunt Colred with your Geo role if you have him, because I don't have a Geo. And everybody loves trolling me. I guess because I have that kind of face. I don't know. We just like trolling you, Colred, because you look like you're so trollable. And Sun does it constantly, so.
Practically my full-time job.
Yeah. All right, let's spin that wheel. I think it's time. The wheel of names is thinking. While that's going, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in 90 seconds.
All right, everybody, it's that time. We're planning our coup. Sunstream was only step one. That was a one-off. Now we must take over all streams. Shave my head. Will slowly become Colred. Smoky Bones. I don't have Geo either. Just means we don't need a crutch. Gonna need a crutch when I'm done with you, Smoky Bones. All right, we've got our first winner. Well, first winner, second winner. Freaky Gamer. Yes, you did win. You won indeed. Give me 2 seconds and I will get you all set and updated here. Congratulations, congratulations. I've just given you updated permissions, Freaky. You can join us in the coaching voice channel. Do it, says XT Redline. Geo's the ultimate crutch. No. Geo's the ultimate win condition, which does not make him a crutch.
Whoops.
Folks asks, is he a clanmate? He's adding me like crazy. Freaky. Oh no. Freaky is in Team Cole. He's a Cold Red Sun clan member.
All right, Freaky Gamer. Freaky Gamer won. That's awesome, Freaky. Dude, he's been trying for a while. All right. I love it. I love it.
Some trying. I just didn't put his name in them. That's a break.
Yeah, Freaky, send me your info. DM me your info and we'll get this started. You know, when I used to leave this Takeover Tuesday stream for a minute to like get a refill of my drink or go to the bathroom for a second because we're sitting here for 6 hours, I would leave it in Sun's hands, just assuming that he would, you know, talk to people, maybe start the process of the takeover. And now I feel like every time I leave the stream, it's like a moment of rebellion. Like there's a plan going on behind my back to displace me from this chair. I'm like, this used to be my right hand man, and now I feel like I got a knife to my throat the whole time. I don't know if I want to step away anymore. It's like I got to start the stream and stay here.
Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't trust anything that you say at all. I saw some of your Sunday stream. I saw some of the lies, the propaganda that you were perpetrating during that stream. I keep you in a cupboard under the stairs. I keep you in a cupboard under the stairs. The man has a 3-bedroom apartment and he lives with his dog. The dog has an extra room. He doesn't live in a cupboard under the stairs. Keep him in a cupboard under the stairs.
That's where he forces me to edit.
I
Somebody
gave
save
him
me.
I gave him his own stream. I gave him a whole day to stream anything he wanted. I didn't tell him what to stream. He could have streamed anything that he wanted. And instead of streaming like new player content or like highlights or do a shard pull or pull your shards, what did he choose to do? What did he choose to do? He got 6 hours of uninterrupted streaming, and what did he choose to do? Undermine me. I understand, son. I understand. I feel like that scene in The Godfather. I knew it was you. It breaks my heart. Six hours of rebellion. You're all in on it, by the way. Anybody who's hanging out on Sunday Sunstream. It's not like I came home to a bunch of DMs telling me what went down. Gotcha.
Who are these traitors in our midst DMing? I don't know about that. Sounds like maybe you're being told what you need to hear. What we want you to hear. Dun, dun, dun.
So Freaky was a previous winner. Won back in, I think, September or something. And then won again in December, but was disqualified because it was too soon. All right, we've got another clan boss request here specifically for the Myth Air build. So we've got an actual build that's been in progress. So this should be a little bit more concrete then. All right. So let's take a look, Freak. 78. Let's see. 270 days in, you got your Vizix today. Congratulations. She is incredibly good. And as every day passes, I think she's better. Like I used to think she was good, then I thought she was great. Now I think she's god tier. She's like she's so crazily good and versatile and usable in so many places. Just an amazing champion. So congratulations. That's gonna push another level for you. You're gonna love her in Doom Tower. I swear you're gonna love her in Doom Tower. You might even really like her in Hydra. She's just really good. Okay. So let's just jump right into the clan boss whole situation. We won't look at all the roster because you've got a Myth Air. We know you're going for Myth Air. So let's see. Currently, hey, there I am. Look at that. 122 million, one key. That's nice. Son, what's your one key? How much are you doing on the key?
Somewhere between 25 to 35 million.
Yeah, that's nice. That's real good. Listen, if you want to be the king.
Thanks, bud.
If you want to be the king.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You got to bring the heat. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to be able to command the respect of the troops if you want to be the king.
Well,
all right,
crown only passes when the previous king goes down, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. All right, so Freak, you got 49 million on a 2 key on Nightmare. You're trying to get the Myth Air working. We don't have a key right now. So I think in order to make this work, I'll throw it into the calculator and we'll see if we can do it without actually building it in game. We'll see what happens. Okay. So now we got to find all the champions for the Myth Air. All right. So I'm assuming everybody's 6 stars, right? There's your Demitha. There's your Eris. There's your Seeker. If you can send me the page for the speed tunes because there are different Myth Airs. So make sure you send DM me right now the Deadwood Jedi tune that you're actually working off of, and I'll pull that up. If you can find that. I'm not sure who your damage dealer is, you know, so. Okay. Thank you. And who is your damage dealer? Who's your DPS? You tune Geo as DPS. Okay. And you're doing Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare? Or you're just doing Nightmare? Yeah, you haven't been able to get it to tune, right? It hasn't tuned for you. It's not that you've tried it and it didn't do enough damage. It's that you literally can't get it to be unkillable, I'm assuming. Okay, but you want it to work for Ultra Nightmare. That's the plan. This is supposed to be your Ultra Nightmare. You're not just, I mean, I think this tune, I can actually check it. I think this tune works for Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare. So let's see. So if we just drop it down to Nightmare, yeah, it still works. So it should be Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, it doesn't even, it's going to be perfect for everything. Okay. So by the way, if you're watching right now and you're not familiar with the Myth Air team, or if you've tried to build the Myth Air team, it is a finicky team. Okay, there's leeway with some things and no leeway with other things. It is a great team. What you basically got here, if you look at, like, once it tunes, we'll drop it down to this so you don't have to look at too much. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. There we go. Okay. So every turn is exactly the same. Every turn is exactly the same. Demitha is running at a 3-to-1. Actually, everybody's running at a 3-to-1 except for your DPS, who is running at a 2-to-1. So Warboy down here is the only one running at a 2-to-1. You can see he's the orange bar. You see only 2 orange bars. Now, technically, Seeker is also running at a 2-to-1, but Seeker has an extra turn mechanic. Technically, Deacon is running at a 2-to-1, but he has an extra turn mechanic. So you get 3 Seeker turns and 3 Deacon turns, even though they're not actually running at speeds that would get them those turns. It's the extra turn mechanic that is getting them those turns. But as a result, because everything's on a 3-turn cooldown or a 2-turn cooldown, depending on, like, who it is, every turn is exactly the same. Demitha always uses her unkillable or her block damage buff at the bottom. She has to go last in every single column. That covers everybody for AoE 1. It covers everybody for AoE 2. It covers everybody for the clan boss. The great thing about this is you don't care who gets stunned. It's fully affinity friendly. It just doesn't matter. Now, Eris's job is very particular in this team. She's really important. If you've ever wondered why a rare features in this team, it's because she does 2 things. She has a speed buff that is a cleanse. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. When she goes 3 times, that means she can get to that cleanse every single turn. That's really important because she will cleanse the stun from anybody. She is at the top of column 1. That means whoever gets stunned at the bottom of column 3 doesn't matter. Her cleanse goes first. So the only person who can't be stunned is Eris. If Eris takes the stun, then she can't cleanse. Right? But anybody else can be stunned. So this matters. This matters. We have to figure out how to make sure she doesn't get stunned. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, the other nice thing is over here in column 3 at the top, that is where so at the bottom of column 2, when AoE 2 goes off, the Spirit Clan boss applies a slow to everybody. So Eris removes this slow right here. That means nobody's going to be affected by the slow. She's moderately affected by the slow because it's one turn for her, but she actually removes it from herself. And then there's enough leeway that you don't have to worry about it. Like the speeds are, they account for that part of it. And so nobody has to worry about the slow. So you can run it into speed affinity as well, or spirit affinity as well. It's a beautiful speed tune. It does require very specific champions. There are various versions of this. This is the classic one, requires a Seeker and a Deacon. Okay. Now, the Deacon and the Seeker run really slow, and they are turn meter fillers and like kind of speed champions. So in a lot of cases, like you're either going to dedicate these champions to this particular speed tune and not really use them anywhere else, or you're going to need to use duplicate copies of them. You're going to have like a Seeker who goes really fast and a Seeker who runs here. There are other speed tunes if you want to run your Seeker faster or your Deacon faster, but this is a super cheap, unkillable team. It requires no legendaries. It does require Demitha, but then you have a rare and then you have 2 regular epics. This is basically as good as it gets, with maybe the exception of a double Maneater team. That might technically be cheaper, right? Because there all you need is double Maneater. You literally don't need anything else. You know, you have the budget unkillable, like the Maneater budget unkillable with Painkeeper and Maneater and whatever. I actually feel like this does better because it's a 3-to-1 team. This can be used in Ultra Nightmare to probably get at least a 2 key. Like to push a 1 key with this is possible, but it takes really good gear and really good, like a really good DPS. Like you have to do a ton of damage with your DPS. But this is going to be probably, you know, an easy 3 key, an eventual 2 key, and a possible 1 key in the long run. Whereas the budget unkillable, the Maneater unkillable, is not. Like that's never going to be a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. You just can't do it. I don't even think you can come close, really. It's probably like a 4 key Ultra Nightmare, maybe 3 key with decent gear, 2 key with God tier gear. So yeah, so this is something that you have to, you know, consider if you've pulled Demitha. Now, I do want to do a check before I do anything. And I want to check your area bonuses, because if we're speed tuning and the area bonus is messing me up, then yeah, okay. So we do have 2 additional speed here. So I'm going to write that down. So that 2 speed has to be factored in. So when you're putting, you know, speeds into the calculator, you have to remember that this doesn't actually show up in your champions unless you go to, let's see. So like Seeker's at 169 right now. And if we go to the calculator, I'm sorry, if we go to the calculator here, Seeker's supposed to run at 169. Right? But if you go to the total stats and you put in the Demon Lord battles, you'll see that Seeker's actually running at 171, not 169. So this is the very first thing that could potentially be breaking your tune. Okay. So you need to subtract 2 speed from everybody in order to get them into these speeds. Now, there may be some leeway. Let's speed up Seeker and see what happens. So he can run at 171. So that's not a problem. Okay, so, but let's go ahead and put in all of the armor sets and all of the masteries, and we'll check all that stuff to make sure there's nothing else that's wrong there. And you still, I think, oh, you said Geo is your DPS. So let's go ahead and put in Geomancer down here. Okay. All right, I'm going to keep it nice and zoomed in, so I'm going to have to scroll up and down on the left-hand side, but hopefully that'll be easier for you to see. All right, so let's look at Demitha. Demitha is running at 283, and she's got 3 speed sets, 283. She's got 3 speed sets. And she has Lore of Steel, I don't see any mastery that would be a problem here. So one of the things you have to watch out for with the Mythos specifically is Cycle of Magic. You don't want her like block damage skill coming up at the wrong time. You also have to watch out for Rapid Response because she buffs a lot, right? So you don't have to worry about Arcane Celerity because she doesn't have a debuff, but you want to avoid these two. You've avoided them. Spirit Haste is not a problem because nobody dies, so this won't activate. This can be used in other places, but it doesn't matter here. So it doesn't look like she's a problem. It doesn't look like she should be a problem, but I just want to double check her. So what her speed is actually, so it's 283. So when we go back to the calculator, let's just make sure that she's in there at 283. 283, 3 speed, Lore of Steel on. Seems okay. We can check Spirit, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it should work just fine, right? Yeah, it looks like it's going to work just fine. Good. Okay. Now let's check your Eris. So here's your Eris. Oh, I guess I could check. I mean, I don't think there's a blessing that's going to throw anything off, but yeah, okay. So let's look at her stats. So she has 2 perception sets and a speed set, and she is running at 247. Wait a second. Did I not do that? $285. Debuff is running at 285. That was nerve-wracking. I didn't think that was going to work. I thought that was going to break right there. But okay, so now let's go back to Eris. All right, so Eris is running at 247. And she has 2 perception and a speed set. And does she have Lore of Steel? Yes. 2 perception and a speed set. 2 perception. Okay, she has Lore of Steel. And then we want to check her masteries just to make sure. Yeah, so none of this should be a problem. Oh. No, that's a debuff extender. Okay, that's fine. It's not a buff extension. A buff extension would be a problem. But okay, so no debuff. Debuff buff extender is fine. This is all good. So she looks good. Eris looks good. All right, so the third one is Deacon. Let's go ahead and check our Deacon. Here's Deacon. One perception set. 171. So we go back over here. 1 perception set, 171. He doesn't have Lore of Steel. So that broke it, right? Like clearly he's not fast enough. I'm just double checking this, but based on this speed tune, Deacon's running at 185. And in game here, you have him running at 171. So maybe you changed a piece of gear and didn't realize you dropped his speed or something. I mean, you haven't glyphed him, so we can get the speeds where you need them. We only need 14 speed. He literally has no glyphs on him. You know, we could also think about other tweaks that you want to make. You want me to rebuild them just to get him? You hadn't glyphed it yet. Okay. So you knew you could glyph him and you just hadn't done it yet. You ran out of glyphs. Gotcha. Well, let's see how many glyphs you have right now. So in terms of speed, you do have speed glyphs. You have a few speed glyphs. We'll probably have to use all of them, actually, or most of them to get there, depending on how lucky we get. So let's see. So this is at 169, and we need to get him to... This is actually 171. I have to remember that. It's 171, and we need to get him to 185. Now, let's just check the tune and see how much leeway there is in the tune. Okay, so we know that at 185 he works, right? But does he work below that? I don't think so. I think it broke immediately. So it works at 185. So we need him to be at least 185. 186. All right, so there's a lot of leeway above. We can actually run him a lot faster. Look at this. Okay, so it actually goes all the way up to 201. So anywhere between 185 and 201. Just because he's Deacon, I'd rather run him faster than slower, but we'll just hit something above 185. You okay with me doing that? Applying the speed glyphs? Are you going for the fusion? You're going for the fusion. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm thinking about Deacon. And, you know, you can tell me how you feel about it. His accuracy is too low. Now you can potentially, maybe you have an accuracy banner. I don't know if you have an accuracy banner. So you need to get him to 250, we were saying, right? And he's at 175 right now. So he needs 75 more accuracy. Now you can glyph a little bit of accuracy, maybe. There's an accuracy. There's an accuracy. And I think you also have an area bonus for a little bit of accuracy, right? I think you had an area bonus for accuracy. Demon Lord gives you 8 accuracy. So you should be able to glyph it there if you swap over to an accuracy banner. Without the accuracy banner, you're not going to get that decreased defense, which you're going to want. So, you know, the way that I'm sorry, I've been stuck in the thing here. So the way this works is, you know, you want that decreased defense. You get the weaken from Geo, you get the increased attack from Seeker, and you get the decreased defense from Deacon. And you'll get it every turn, right? But you need the accuracy to land it, and you don't have the accuracy. So I think you need, right now, you need to switch to that accuracy banner. So I'm going to make that swap for you if you're okay with that. I don't want to use up too much of your silver, but it's not going to work without the accuracy. Like, you're not going to get nearly the damage that you would get otherwise. So let's go ahead and we can roll these two up and see which one gives us more speed, because we're going to want the speed. That's good. Very nice. Let's take it up to 12. Okay. So that gives us 3 more speed or 4 more speed, which is nice. And it gives us 50 more accuracy already. That gets us to 235, it looks like. So actually you're right there, right? Because you get the 8 from the Great Hall, and then you're going to get, oh, you don't have any. That's why you don't have the support tree here. You went defense tree. You'll probably want to switch him into the support tree. So the reason why you want to switch into the support tree is if you're using him primarily for clan boss, you don't need defenses at all. You need no defenses. Now, sometimes people go into the defense tree to get the counterattacks, right? For an unkillable team. But that's for an unkillable buff team. A block damage buff team, you won't lose your max HP. You know, so these are the only counterattacks you'll get is when the enemy applies, you know, a stun. So you can get that chance to counterattack. That's the only benefit in this entire tree right now for this fight. Now, if you're using Deacon in a lot of other places, maybe it's good to have defense. I love him in the support tree. A lot of free accuracy, which you need. You get the Lore of Steel, which can make him tankier. You've got the chance to get Evil Eye to decrease the turn meter on the A1, which is awesome in places like Arena and Wave content. You've got the chance to extend the debuff, so you can extend the Leech and the decreased defense. Both are great. For this fight, this is very important. Well, no, it's not. You're going 3-1. It's not. Never mind. Not super important. But so I really like him over here. It's going to alleviate the stat burden in terms of accuracy a little bit for him. It also makes him better in Arena because of that extra accuracy. So you can decide. You don't need to swap him for this particular comp. The big important skill here is War Master anyway. It's an unkillable comp. Whatever. But you can think about that, you know, like in terms of fitting it into your build. Okay, so we have him at the accuracy we need. Basically, we'll glyph like 1 accuracy, and then we need to get him to the right speed. Remember 170. This is currently at 175. We need something over 185. So let's start glyphing here. And we'll just glyph the big ones onto the 6-star pieces. Okay, that's not bad. It's good. Is there another 6-star piece? Nope. Okay, so let's do... What do we need to get to? We're at 179. We need 6 more, right? There we go. I'm actually going to put this one here. Perfect. All right. And so we're at 185. I'm just going to throw a glyph on here as well, just to give us a little bit of leeway. Okay. So now he is currently at 186. With 1 perception set, we go back over to the calculator. We put him in at 186. With 1 perception set and no Lore of Steel. Okay. Now let's go back in and do Seeker next. So Seeker needs to be at 171. This is the Seeker, I'm assuming. Okay. Seeker is at 171 exactly, with 1 speed set and no Lore of Steel. So 171 exactly, with a speed set and no Lore of Steel. Okay. And now let's get Geo in the right spot. So we've got Geo No problems there. Oh, I wanted to check Seeker for that as well. Yeah, no problems there, right? Because he's not even... Okay. You're currently at 158, I think. $158 with Lore of Steel and no sets. $158 with Lore of Steel and no sets. Looks good to me. Now we have to make sure we have the skills in the right place. And then we have the cooldowns in the right place. There is a 2-turn delay here on the A3 for Deacon. We want this to be full auto. Like, it can be... We don't want to have a setup. So 1-turn delay is not a problem. 2-turn delays are always a little bit tricky. And typically what you do is you force them by changing the turn order. Now, these are both on 3-turn cooldowns. But because it's an extra turn mechanic... So that's how I would do it to get it into the AI, I think. So basically what we can do is we can force the A1 to open, and then if we change the priority, the A2 will go next. That gives us a 2-turn delay. It'll go A1, then A2, then A3. Since both the A2 and the A3 are on a 3-turn cooldown, it doesn't actually change the order. The A3 is always going to go, like, you're not going to lose the extra turn mechanic. It's going to go in the same place. All this does is reverse the order of the A1 and the A2. So on the first turn, we're not going to have a decreased defense up. I'm sorry, a decreased defense. We're not going to have a decreased defense up on the very first turn. We'll have a leech up instead. Maybe. I don't think it changes anything else. I'm going to double check. But so if we drop this back to 2 and then we just... Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So turn off. Yeah, all it does is changes where the A1 and A2 go. So you can't actually program this into the AI that I know of. There's no way to do a 2-turn delay. Right? There's no way to do just a 2-turn delay without changing anything else. But since they're both on the same cooldown, we just change this to 4, make it the most important one, and then add a delay on that. We can add a delay on that simply by opening with your A1. That's the way to add a 1-turn delay, is to force the A1 as the opener. And now that we've changed the priority, then the A2 goes second, then the A3 goes third, and the A3 is in the right spot. So that feels fine to me. And then we don't have to worry about anything else. You think Seeker accuracy is low as well? You don't need any accuracy on Seeker. He does have low accuracy, but you don't need any accuracy at all on Seeker. Because the only debuff he has is a provoke. And so he doesn't need accuracy for his turn meter increase. He doesn't need accuracy for his increased attack. All he needs accuracy for is his provoke, and you're not using him for a provoke here. So, now there is one thing that I would consider, especially for your Seeker if you're running him this slow. And now I don't want to spend any silver right now, but this is a great champion to put in Toxic. Because you don't have to run very fast, right? You can potentially get him into attack percentage boots, so he hits a little bit harder. You might be able to get him into a Toxic set. You don't have a ton of poisons on this team. Like, you have no poisons on this team, right? This is an HP burn and Geo Reflect team. So, that's not what I meant to do. Did I just kill? Hang on a sec. Let's see if I can get that back. No, I can't get it back. All right. Whoops. That was an unfortunate click. Yeah, so because you can run him so slow, you could potentially get him in a Toxic set. I'm not too worried about this. Like, we already tuned it, so sorry about that. I'd have to re-enter everything. But so let me just make sure again, Demitha was 285 and we said that would work. 285. Yeah. So yeah, you can think about Toxic set. You could think about a Toxic set on Deacon. Probably not on Eris because you're going to have trouble getting that Toxic set fast enough. Again, Deacon needs the accuracy, but if we're looking at your Deacon, remember he can't die. So like you have an accuracy chest plate on him, right? But the rest is regeneration, which you also don't need. There's no point to regeneration in a block damage team. So you could get him out of this and into a Toxic set that maybe has the same or better accuracy. And that's going to get some poisons out there. You're going to get 50 turns. So if you can get more poisons out there, you're going to get 50 turns of multiple poisons. That could be millions of damage. Now you get the Geo Reflect, you get the Geo HP burn. But if you can get more poisons out there, you want to. So as you're trying to ramp this up, think about Toxic sets. So let's just go look at a Toxic set just for a second to see if you would have any Toxic set that could work. You don't have a ton of Toxic gear here. Maybe you have some equipped. You have some equipped. So you got one set equipped. But so, you know, that's a decent one. You got some speed there. Accuracy over here. That's a really nice piece. You know, you got speed boots, you've got attack percentage boots. Either one could work. So you could definitely think about a Toxic set. And then you could actually push that, you know, that accuracy. Obviously, you have a level 12 banner, so you're going to get an additional 28? Yeah, 28 accuracy out of that banner. You know, so you have a little bit of leeway, even if like the 4 pieces drop accuracy. If they don't drop more than 28 accuracy, you're going to be fine. I would highly recommend thinking about getting those 2 champions into Toxic sets. You're going to want every last drop of damage. Okay. So here's the thing, Freak. We don't have a key. Oh, we do have a key. We got a key. All right. So let's get into Ultra Nightmare. And let's set up this team. All right, so here's the thing. Another thing about this team, I just want to show everybody. This can be confusing when you come in here to these speed tunes. It looks like Demitha's the first champion, but the speed aura is 19%. That means Deacon's the lead because he needs to be the aura lead for the 19% speed. Okay, you don't have to put them in this order. right? You just have to reach the speeds. This tune won't break because the order is different. It doesn't matter what the order is. Okay. Sometimes it matters what the order is if you're trying to force a stun target or, you know, like prevent a certain stun target. But in this case, we literally don't care about the stun targets. We will never get, we will get stunned, but it doesn't matter who gets stunned, right? Because Eris will always remove the stun as long as Eris doesn't get stunned. So that's the only thing we have to worry about. Now, the easiest way to make sure Eris doesn't get stunned is to make sure there's another champion in the same affinity who's in front of her in the turn order. And now there is. We know that there is because Eris is... Let me go here. All right, so Eris is magic affinity, right? Where is she? Oh, I'm sorry, she's force affinity. Eris is force affinity. Okay. And Geo's force affinity. So we want Geo in front of Eris, basically. If Geo's in front of Eris, Eris shouldn't get hit. Because when they're weak affinity, the weak affinity champions get targeted, but they get targeted in order, typically. Unless there's a reason to, like, if they're at full health, that's how they get targeted, right? If they're not at full health, then it's trickier. But they should be at full health. Yeah, they should be close to full health anyway. We'll have to see. Another thing that you can do with Eris is you could give her, let's see, her masteries. Yeah, okay, so you took Steadfast Mastery. So that's counted as a buff that the clan boss wants to avoid. As long as Geo doesn't have Steadfast, and he doesn't, then, so we'll put him in front of Eris when we build the team. And then Eris shouldn't get targeted for the stun. And then we should be good to go. Okay. So we want to start with Deacon. I'm going to put Seeker next. We're going to put Demitha next. We're going to put Geo there. And then we're going to put Eris all the way at the back. Okay. Now that's just the order that I've decided on. It doesn't really matter as long as Eris is behind Geo. All right, now let's get the skill order locked down. So I'm going back here to the website just to check the skill order. Demitha's not changed. Her priorities aren't changed. Eris, I don't think she has a third skill. Does she? Does she have a skill? No, it's just her passive, right? Oh, also, if you can get Eris into a toxic set, right? She does have a counterattack, so she'll even land more poisons. So if you can get her to the speed that you need, remember that she doesn't need accuracy. So all you need to do is hit the speed, get her in a toxic set. That's even more poisons. So toxic, toxic, toxic. 3 toxic sets. The most important one is actually Eris. If you can get the speed for Eris and get her in a toxic set because of that counterattack, she'll actually get more poisons out than the other 2. Actually, let's see if that's true. I think that's true. That might not be true. So let's see. So Eris has 6 attacks. In like the rotation, in one rotation, she has 6 attacks, and she would get 2 counterattacks. So she would get 8. No, she would get 9. She would get a counterattack every time. Right? Her counterattack is on a 1-turn cooldown. So she'll get 9 attacks. And Seeker's going to get 6, and Deacon's going to get 6. So Eris gets 9 attacks. They get 6 attacks each. So definitely get her in a toxic set if you can. If you can reach the speeds, you don't need accuracy. I don't know if I said before, don't do it. You should. You should absolutely do it. Okay. So, all right. So let's just check these skills. All right. So Eris's skills don't get changed. Deacons get changed because of that 2-turn delay. So we're doing this and that. Actually, we just A1, A2, A3. Yeah. Okay. So in order to program this in, I'll show you how I'm going to do it. So I need the A1 to open and I need the A2 to be the top priority. A1 opener. A2 first choice. Okay, so that should work. That should force the A1 to be first, then the A2 will go second, and then the A3 will be third. And if we go back to the tune, you can see here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, the A1 should go first, then the A2, and then the A3, and then it tunes all the way down. Okay, so that's fine. So Deacon there, we want a 1-turn delay on Seeker. The way we get a 1-turn delay is we just have him open with his A1. That's it. That's all we have to do. So again, here in game, A1 on as an opener. Okay, and then I think if we go back to the websites, I think that's it. Geo doesn't get changed. Everybody else has been changed. So Demitha, Eris, and Geo don't get changed. Let's just double check that. I want to make sure that that's actually what we want to do with Geo. So he will open with his A3. He'd go A3 into A2. Now, the A3 is the HP burn and weaken. And there's no reason to not want it out right away. We do want it out right away. There's no reason to delay that. Yeah, so we're fine. All right, so back in game, we're going to save that. Okay. And we're going to call this the Myth Air team. Okay. All right. Actually, let's do. Nah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Geo accuracy is a problem. It's a good call. I didn't check it. I also didn't check the blessing. Phantom touch. 132 accuracy. That is a problem. That is a problem. Okay. Thank you for calling that out. That's going to take a rebuild, freak. I might be able to do it with your silver. Let's check out what it's looking like. We need to not change the speed, but we're going to have to put it into the calculator with whatever. Before we solidify it, we're going to have to put it into the calculator. Okay. 156 speed. So let's just see what happens if we do. All right, before I do this, let me see what we have here. Crit damage. He's at 74% crit rate. Does he get a bonus? Do we have a bonus on this team? Do we have a crit rate bonus on this team? Deacon doesn't. Seeker doesn't. Does Eris? Eris doesn't have a crit rate bonus. Am I missing something? The Mytha doesn't have a crit rate bonus. So you just got as high as you could. We would like them with 100% crit rate if we could. Ignore defense is not bad. It's like these are not wasted stats. They're just not they're not, you know, super useful. Like the damage is going to come from his reflect. It's going to come from this, right? That he's basically getting all these procs of. They're basically HP burns, 3%. So, all right, but we'll try to keep him in a damage build if we can. That's good accuracy on that boot. No accuracy, some accuracy. Okay. Now, the problem is if we put him in perception gear, we're going to get speed. So we'd prefer accuracy gear. So let's actually check accuracy first. People typically don't carry as much accuracy as perception. What was it? All right, so the weapon and the boot have accuracy on it. The weapon and the boot. So we're probably going to swap out everything else and try to hold on to the weapon and the boot just for now. So let's go back there. So the weapon and the boot are good. So the helmet, shield, the chest piece, and the glove. There's an accuracy chest piece. No, we need to get to 250. We may not need the accuracy chest piece. I'm thinking if we're going to try to maintain our crit rate, we're going to need either to swap the crit rate gloves, or we're going to need to make sure that we get crit rate on all these pieces. So just for now, let's say we did this. And we did this. And we did this piece. That takes us to 224 accuracy. We need 250. We've got nowhere left to glyph. We'd have to get our speed back, but we're going to roll. We might roll into speed. So this is the easiest way to get accuracy. We didn't lose much speed. We can literally glyph our speed back. But again, you know, we're going to change some other pieces. All right, let's look at these 4 pieces. Substat, accuracy. And let's look in the perception set. Actually, let's see if we can find crit rate too. Okay, so this piece has crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy. That looks nice. Let's. Where did I go? There, let's try that on. Yeah, the problem is I don't know if we have any, like I would want to match this piece somewhere. Like right now we have 3 cruel pieces, which we don't need 3 cruel pieces. So, and this is the only glove and I don't want to take off that. I mean, I could find maybe another chess piece, which isn't critical on somebody else. That's a nice piece. This would be the piece I'd probably steal. Is she in anything important? Okay. Now my concern is the speed. We've dropped 15 speed. We can pick some back up on a glyph on the banner. We're going to roll in a crit rate. We're actually going to increase our crit rate, I think, because we've got crit rate here to roll, crit rate here to roll. This is already rolled, so that's not going to do anything. But we would need speed. So that makes me think. We don't need as much accuracy. Like I could take this piece off and find a piece with speed on it, like this piece here, and that would work. And there are also other shields. Yeah, I might try this one instead. Okay, so I'll drop the. But it'll give us another speed potentially if we roll into speed, and then we could also glyph. And I think we need to get back to 157. Can we go faster? Can't go much faster. But as long as we have 1 speed in either direction, we should be okay. So let's see. We would be doing 1 perception set. So let's put the perception set in. And so 157 works, 158 works, 156 works. 155 doesn't work. 159 doesn't work. So 156, 157, or 158. So let's shoot for 157. All right, so let's go back here and that's good. We love crit rate. There we go. It's fine. We have 2 speed here, right? Trying to get to 157, which means I actually need to get to 155. So I need 11 speed here. And how many glyphs do I have? 1. Might be slow, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. How fast are those gloves? 2. Well, the speed and the accuracy are more important. Speed and accuracy are more important. We won't change it too much. Get one roll on the speed. This will be really easy. If we don't, it'll be a little bit tricky, but it won't be too bad. All right. So now we're at 154. We'd love like a triple roll on a crit rate. Calling it out. Do it again. More time. Double roll on a crit rate. Come on. Okay. So that's not bad. You lose a little crit rate, lose a little crit damage, get the accuracy you need. We only have to swap 3 pieces. And we're at 154. What do we lose here? We do lose a chunk of attack, but you can get that attack back here. And in fact, this is going to be a little tricky because you should... I think I got to take this to 16. That wasn't bad at all. Okay. Because if that rolled into speed, that could mess us up, right? So you don't drop as much as attack here. You're still right at 5K. The HP doesn't matter a ton. You did lose a tiny bit of defense. But you got the accuracy, and that's what's most important. Okay, so now we need to get to a final speed of 157 here, which means 155, and we are at 154, so we need 1 speed. Okay, now let's go ahead and check those stats. Just double check. 155. That's gorgeous. Wait a second. What did I just do? Demon Lord. Yeah, 157. That's the gorgeous part. 157. Okay, good. Okay, so now we're built. Now we are built. I'm going to take this off of auto. Isn't the 154 version higher? Like 156, 155, 156 with the area bonus. I think we hit the right speed. We want... We want 157 here. So we need 155 in game. Are you thinking it was higher crit rate? It might be. You could always try that swap later on. You could try any swaps later on. As long as you stay within the speed range, you could try swaps to get more damage out of them. But honestly, like the few percentage crit rate or crit damage from Geo is not the thing that's going to matter. What's going to matter is getting those toxic sets onto Eris and Seeker and Deacon. That's going to drastically improve your damage. But I still think it's going to be pretty good damage here. So let's go ahead and try this out. All right, so I'm not putting it on auto because I want to check it against the I want to check it against the tune. So the way that this should work in the first turn is Demitha error. Okay, you can like that. So A3. So we get the A3, which is what we should get. Sorry, I'll pull you over here. Let's see if I can actually put this on a different screen so I can just look at it real easily. There we go. Okay, so now it should be Eris's speed boost. There's the speed boost. Okay, so now it should be Deacon should A1. Seeker should A1. And now Geomancer should put out his HP burn. Looked like Geo did his A1 there, didn't it? No, his A1. No, that was his A3. I think he just didn't land his HP burn. I didn't see the resist, but it might have just resisted. Okay, so now Demitha should do her A2, which is her like mini little cleanse. So the poison should get reduced by 1. Yeah, debuff duration. Erish should A1. Deacon should use his drop defense. We got the drop defense out. Seeker is going to use his turn meter fill and then attack. Turn meter fill and then attack. Demitha is going to use her A1, which is a little heal or shield. Geo should use his A2 now. Oh, I had that in reverse order. So Geo opens with his A3 and then uses his A2. Okay. So we could actually change that order, right? We could have forced the A2 out first. That's the only thing. So Aerosol A1 again. Deacon's now going to use his turn meter fill an extra turn, and then he'll A1. Should get the leech. Not that it matters. Now Demitha puts up the A3. And now we're good to go. Okay, so that's it. So now let's just see if we let's see how we do. So we should be tuned. Looks tuned. Deacon pulled the stun. Oh, it doesn't matter. Should be cleansed. No. Is he going to lose a turn? He lost a turn. Deacon lost a turn. Okay, so that was a mess up. That was a problem. Let's go ahead and try again. I don't know why that happened. It should have worked. So in the A3 should place the A3 should place the HP burn. I don't know. This should be the top choice. It did look like it wasn't the top choice. So I'm just going to make that the top choice for now. I don't think that should affect Deacon in any way. I don't think that should affect Deacon in any way. But let's just double check all of the... Just double check all of the speeds here. So now these speeds, these total stats should be adjusted. Okay, so Demitha is 285. Yes. Eris is 245. Eris is 247. Okay, so I changed that in the calculator, and that's fine. Let's double check her sets, though. Let's check everybody's sets. Start with Demitha. Demitha sets. Because remember, I had that little calculator mishap, and the calculator went away. So, all right, Demitha's in 3 speed sets. And she has Lore of Steel. Okay. And then Eris has Lore of Steel and is in 2 perception and speed. 2 perception, speed, and Lore of Steel. And she's at 247. Okay. Deacon is 186 in perception. No Lore of Steel. Seeker is in 1 speed set. No Lore of Steel. And he's running at 171. And Deacon was running at 186. And Geo is running at, where's Geo? Is running at 157. And he has a perception set. And no Lore of Steel, I think, right? No, he does have Lore of Steel. Okay. All right, so just doing that, just double checking that all in the calculator. And we see everything's moving. Everything's doing well. No problems. It should be okay that Deacon takes the stun because Eris should cleanse it here. So she went too fast. Was her turn order off? That's the question. Was her turn order messed up? Oh, let me check that she's booked. She's booked. Everybody was booked, I believe, right? Deacon's fully booked. Seeker's fully booked. Demytha's fully booked. And Geo's books don't matter. But I think he's fully booked too. So I'm a little curious what happened, but let's see. Let's go back to Clan Boss and try it out, because it feels like it should have worked. But maybe I just missed something. Yeah, the toxic set can definitely bring you some extra damage. All right, so let's but the toxic set again doesn't affect, like we should just be full auto unkillable. So I'm going to try to track this. I'm going to try to track this. I have this up on a second screen. I'm going to make sure that all of the turns match. Like I did the first 2 columns and then I just did it auto because I thought it was good. But I'm going to watch the 3rd column as well. And so we'll see what happens. So we want to do this one skill at a time. All right, so this is going to be Demytha's A3, which is her block damage. This is Eris's speed boost. Okay. This is Deacon Armstrong's A1. Seeker's A1. This is Geomancer's A3, which should be his HP burn. Yeah, so now we've got that in the right spot. All right, so those are counterattacks. Those are just triggered counterattacks. That's fine. So now we have Demytha's A2. Now, Demytha's A2 is her little mini cleanse, so we should see the duration of the poisons decrease. Okay. Eris is going to A1. Deacon is going to use his drop defense. Seeker is going to go twice. He's going to turn meter fill and then attack. Demetha's going to A1. Geomancer is going to use his A2 now. Eris is going to A1. Deacon's going to go twice. Turn meter fill into Leech. All right, he didn't land his Leech, but that was correct. Now Demetha goes block damage. Clan boss goes. Great, perfect. Now Seeker should do her speed buff. I'm sorry, Eris should have done her speed buff. It was available. You saw the cooldown. It was available. Why would she A1? Why would she A1 there? That makes no sense. She went at the right time. Now it'll be Seeker's A1. Now it'll be Geomancer's A1. Now it'll be Demetha's A2, which is her little cooldown reduction. Or not cooldown reduction, debuff reduction. Now Deacon's going to use his drop defense. Yeah, everybody's doing the right thing in the right order, but Eris there didn't use her speed buff. And without the speed buff, the turn order gets... That's why we didn't get back around. So what's going to happen now is Eris is going to use her speed buff here. That makes no sense. Without that speed buff, we don't get back to Seeker's turn meter fill, and we don't go at a 3-1. So that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So we got to check Eris. We got to check Eris and see why she would do that. I can't imagine. I mean, what would have to happen for her AI to tell her not to use her? Okay, so let's go to Eris. Triple check. She's fully booked. She should be fully booked. Fully booked, fully booked. So this removes one random debuff from all allies, has 60% chance. It's booked to 100% chance. It should be 100% chance to place it, increase speed. She should do it. She should also do the remove debuff. So she didn't do this. Now she did trigger a counterattack. But she should never get her extra turn because the target can't be killed. And counterattacks don't like change her turn meter or anything. Why did she not do her skill? That doesn't make any sense. I've never seen that happen before. But we found it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pick that team. And this shouldn't have to happen. But we're just going to make sure like she opened with it. She opened with that speed buff and remove. But I'm just gonna put it as first choice and opener. That should be the default. I don't know why she would ever do an extra A1. That makes no sense. Yeah, I'm just going to force it. I'm just going to force it to happen. I think that's the way it's got to happen. So that's weird. I don't know why that would happen. But okay, let's try again. All right, so again, I'm going to track this hit by hit. So Demetha, unkillable. Then the speed buff. Then A1, then A1. Then Geo's A3, which is the HP burn. Good. Boss goes. Demetha goes mini cleanse. Eris goes A1. Deacon goes decreased defense. Seeker goes twice. Demitha goes A1. Geo goes A2 now. Eris goes A1. Deacon goes twice now. Demitha goes block damage. Boss. Okay, now we need the speed boost. Now we got the speed boost. Okay, now Seeker goes A1. Geo goes A1. Demitha does her mini cleanse. That was Demitha's A1, wasn't it? I don't know if it's going to matter because her A3 should still be up at the right time. Deacon goes drop the fence. Eris goes A1. Demitha should go A1 here. Okay. Oh, did I turn off Demitha's A2? I don't think I did. We could do that, though. We don't need Demitha's A2. Seeker goes twice. Geomancer does his HP burn. Eris goes A1. Deacon goes twice. Nope. Now Demitha's going to do her A3 here, right? Yeah, okay. Why? Why would that break? You can see that here at the bottom of that third column. Right here at the bottom of this third column. Demitha should do the A3. What happened is Deacon did his A3, A1, and then Demitha didn't do her A3, and Deacon got stunned. And then Demitha did her A3 over here. What am I missing, chat? Anybody know what I'm missing? It's the buff extension, right? Yeah, you just said it. It's the buff extension. We can't turn off the A2. So we need to extend the speed. So Demitha did an A1 when she shouldn't have done an A1. And that broke the tune because she didn't extend the speed buff. Right? I'm assuming that's what. So I'm just looking at her right now. Okay. So it's the same thing. So it's the same thing that when Eris did her extra A1, that messed up. Demitha did an extra A1 and she shouldn't have. So we need to force the Demitha's thing too. Right, so this extends the duration, increases the duration of, I'm sorry, you're on the wrong screen. This skill increases the duration of ally buffs by 1 turn. So we have to increase the duration of the speed. And when she did an A1 instead of an A2, that dropped the speed a little bit too early, which means Demitha didn't go fast enough to get to. Okay, so we've got to force that as well. Man, it's finicky. I told you it was a super finicky build, or super finicky tune. Okay, so let's go back into this. And that means what we need to do is here. All right, let me just get this right. So she needs to open with the A3 and then do the A2 next. And then the A1. and then A3, A2, A1, A3, A2, A1. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say this is the opener and the first choice. And this is the second choice. And we're just going to force that. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. All right, so I'm not gonna track every single thing because we know that the first turn is happening the right way. Geo goes, and then the boss hits. So we just want the second AoE. There it goes. Boom. Okay. So now I'm going to track this one just to make sure. Okay, so we are now in the third column. So Era should go first and increase speed. Great. Now Seeker A1, Geo A1. Yep. Now Demitha needs to use her A2. It is on cooldown. There we go. That extends the speed buff. Deacon uses A2. That's the decreased defense. Eris A1, Demitha A1. Now we've come back around to Seeker, who goes twice. Geo uses his HP burn. Eris goes A1. Deacon goes twice, then Demitha's block damage, then the boss. 1, 2, block damage, boss. All right, now the stun comes up and Eris should cleanse the stun. And now I think we got it. Now I think we've got it. So now let's just go full auto and see what happens. Think we did it, chat. Thanks for the help. I forgot about the buff extension. I know that she has the buff extension. I just forgot that she needed it with the Eris speed. I actually love that buff extension. We've got all the debuffs out we need. But so if you look here, we've got 5 debuffs out. So we've got 5 bar spots for poisons that would come from toxic sets. I like speed tuning clan boss teams. This is fun. I will say that was an interesting challenge. You know, like figuring out the fact that the AI doesn't, like, it changes the priority. I didn't know that was true. I didn't expect that to be true. I don't actually run a Myth Air. I've never run my own Myth Air. I run some other, I have several speed tunes that I've run, all of which are fun. But good job, chat. I'm giving some love out there. Good job, chat, for catching that last little bit. See ya, Hammerhawk. This looks like it's going to work, and it looks like it's going to be roughly 1 million per turn. A little bit less. So you're probably going to end up with something over a 40 million key. So this is a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Now, I think you were doing a 2-key Nightmare. You've now got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. And you probably have a 1-key, well, you should have a 1-key Nightmare. Hey, Crystal. Good to see you. So this is the beauty of this. Now, this tune, the Myth Air comp, to get this to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare is a struggle. But that's okay. I don't want you to think that means that this tune isn't awesome. This should be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare on all affinities, full auto. It should be a 1-key Nightmare on full auto, all affinities. So for 4 keys every day, you're going to get potentially 6 clan boss chests, 2 Ultra Nightmare, 2 Nightmare, 2 Brutal. This should work on all 3 difficulty levels, all affinities. Once you do it, it's going to be a quick battle on Nightmare and Brutal. You know, I don't think it's going to, I'm not sure if it's a 2 key, a quick battle. I think you have to get a 1 key to get a quick battle, right? To unlock the quick battle. So you are going to have to run it on Ultra Nightmare. It doesn't matter what affinity is. So you can run it late in the day and it's going to be fine. You can let your clanmates hit the affinity boss if they, or the void affinity boss with like whichever one you want. Because it changes affinity after 50%, right? So it's like you could just, it doesn't matter to you. So whatever is better for your clan, you just do that. Or whatever is better for your schedule, you do that, right? If you put 3 toxic sets out there, you got everybody to like 100% crit rate and max out their crit damage. Is there a chance to get this to a 1 key Ultra Nightmare? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know that Geo does it in 50 turns. If you had Ninja, maybe. But here's going to be an interesting thing. You could try Zinogre. If you're going for the fusion, you could try Zinogre and you could see if she works. Because there's a chance that she does enough damage to get you to a 1 key. Would Acrizia be better than Geo? Probably. I don't have an Acrizia, but I'm assuming so, yes. I mean, Geo is a very good damage dealer for clan boss, but he actually shines once you get past 50 turns. Like if you can get a traditional that can go like 70 turns or 100 turns, then he's, and don't get me wrong, he's still like S+ tier for clan boss in an unkillable comp. So you're looking at like, there are maybe 8 to 10 champions that you would take into clan boss over Geo as a damage dealer. Maybe a little bit more, maybe like 10 to 12. But he's like definitely top 15. He may be top 10. There are more now than there used to be, so he used to be top 10, but he's probably been, he's been pushed out of the top 10 probably now. If you have Acrizia, you could definitely try Acrizia. Absolutely. But one of the things, again, about Acrizia's max HP hitter, right? So it's also like a matter of turns, like how many hits are you going to get in? But it is a 3-to-1. So potentially if she's doing one every single time, let me pull up Acrizia. I don't have Acrizia and I never will. So it's not a champion I worry about. I love her look though. I mean, I'm assuming she's one of the top, 3 clan boss damage dealers in the game. Right. So the way it works is if the target's max HP is more than double this champion's max HP, this champion's attacks will deal damage based on the target's max HP instead of this champion's attack. So all of her abilities are enemy max HP. Because the clan boss has, so I'm assuming Acrizia would just, Acrizia could give you if there's a damage dealer out there who's going to give you a 1 key, I imagine Acrizia would do it. Maybe chat can say there because I don't know. Sabine says, pretty sure Call Red will get Acrizia before he gets Geo. Could be. I got Cardiel 2 years before I got, well, not Geo. I still don't have Geo. So 2 years ago, I got Cardiel. Yeah, Quebec, that's actually a good point. So block damage, change it, like it reduces his reflect, right? But Geo's, I think Geo's still okay because I think the proc happens regardless, like the max HP proc happens regardless of whether he takes damage or not. So for his passive, When deflecting damage on each enemy hit has a 30% chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. So he's doing a max HP hit. Now, even if he deflects 0 damage, he just has a 30% chance of doing the target's max HP. I don't think it matters, right? Like the deflect happens regardless of if there's actual damage, because I think it just happens on the hit. I could be wrong, but I think the 30% chance is just a 30% chance and it just happens. Again, I don't have Geo. I'm not the Geo expert here. So yeah, it looks like we're probably going to pull down somewhere between 40 and 45 million. Victoria asks, so is it worth building a second Geo out? I know people who have 2 Geos and run 2 Geos. You can actually run them in the same comps. There are comps that you can run 2 Geos in and do quite well in. Both in Clan Boss and in Iron Twins, you can do that. The thing about Geos deflect, though, if there are multiple champions on the team with the skill, only one will activate. I don't know about the additional damage. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people don't run 2 Geos. I thought I've seen teams with 2 Geos, though. But I would say, it could be worth building out if you want to build one, like if you speed tune one like this for Clan Boss, but then you want to run one at a different speed for Iron Twins or one at a different speed for, something else. Then I would say, it's worth building out. So here's the one thing that you want to keep in mind about this composition. Eris can't take a stun. She can't take a stun. None of the other champions are Force Affinity. So, we were just talking about a Crizia. If you put a Crizia on this team, then against Spirit Affinity, Eris may take the stun because she would be the only weak affinity champ. So I'm not sure that you can do this with a Crizia. I think you have to do this with a Force Affinity damage dealer. You can't take Deacon out, Demitha out, or Seeker out. Those 3 champions need to be there. Eris needs to be there. Somebody gets stunned. This is not like right there. Somebody gets stunned every single time. So when Eris becomes the stun target and she gets stunned, she can't remove her own stun. It's not a passive, it's an active skill. And so if she gets stunned, the whole tune breaks. So it has to be a Force Affinity damage dealer. So against every other affinity, right? Against any affinity but Spirit Affinity, you can run anybody you want. So you can run a Crizia against Magic, Void, and Force, but you can't run her against Spirit. You have to run a Force Affinity champion against Spirit. Force Affinity damage dealer. So who are the Force Affinity damage dealers who would work? Let's check that out. But here, well, I'll let you guys watch that. I'm looking for Force. I'm on the HH site, and I'm just going to his tier list, and I'm going to do a filter. Where I want a clan boss rating of at least 4. And then I want Force Affinity. And that's all. I guess that'll be our filter for now. We'll see. Harima. Harima would be an interesting choice. Right? Because Harima destroys defense. But I don't know. I mean, it feels like she works in conjunction with a damage dealer, that she's not enough on her own. Nishak Vermin Lord would be an interesting choice. He would get bombs out there. He would fill the debuff bar with poisons. So you would always have a minimum of 5 poisons out. The problem with that is, like, he's going to overfill the buff bar on his own. So you got to make sure that he doesn't do it. You know, like you still have to be able to land the HP burns. Well, no, you wouldn't have the HP burn then because Geo would be gone. But you still need to land the weaken. No, you lose the weaken if Geo's gone. What you could try, if you pull Geo out, you lose the decrease accuracy, the weaken, and the HP burn. So you pull all 3 of those out. If you drop Deacon's accuracy so he doesn't land anything, then you literally have no debuffs on the bar. And then you bring in Nishak and you give him 10 spots. You'll get 500 poison ticks. You know, close to it. I mean, you'll get something like 480 poison ticks. No weaken, no poison sensitivity, but you'll get 480 poison ticks because you'll get 50 turns. So it's like, plus the bomb explosions. That would be interesting. If I were going to bring in Nishak, I would try that. I would drop everybody's accuracy to nothing. Deacon wouldn't be a decrease. He'd just literally be a turn meter filler. And then just let Nishak go to town. Yeah, people are talking about Rathalos. Rathalos could be good, but without an HP burner, it's not going to work. $46.32 million. Okay, so let's just check this. You were doing 49.27 million on 2 keys. Which, to be fair, is respectable. That's not bad. That's a nice 2-key nightmare. You were on a 2-key nightmare. And you are now on a 2-key ultra nightmare. Getting this to 70.5 or whatever. What do you need? 70.2, 70.3? 70.3. Getting this to 70.3 would be tricky. I think the things to try would be get a toxic set on Eris first. See how much that boosts you. And then maybe if you get close, get a toxic set on Seeker or Deacon, whichever, and see if that boosts you. And then you're just going crit rate and crit damage on everybody. You may be able to push this to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. You may be able to do it. Now, this will drop when you're going up against the Spirit Affinity, because your damage is primarily coming from Geo, and Geo's damage is going to drop against Spirit Affinity because he's weak affinity. It'll drop by 30%. It should still be a 2-key. You only need 35.2 or whatever, 35.2 million. So as long as you don't lose more than 11 million against Spirit, you should be fine. So this is great. The Myth Air comp is a really, like, when I think about where you are, and you're in my clan, by the way, which is great. So when I think about where you are, you know, level 78. What did we just say? You just got Vizix today? Was that what happened? Or was that the previous? Oops. Yeah, you literally got Vizix today. So 270 days in. This is the perfect time. This is the perfect time to be locked into this. 2-key, full affinity friendly, full auto, 2-key Ultra Nightmare, 1-key Nightmare, 1-key Brutal. You're going to be getting 6 chests every day. You're going to start getting tomes. You're going to start getting, sacred shards and void shards, hand over fist. Not hand over fist, but you get 6 or 7 a month. 6 or 7 sacred shards a month. You're going to get, more tomes than you've ever gotten before. It's going to feel like a major improvement. And the best part about it is it's just like one click, like you're going to come in here and just when you do, you can't do this one click, but you're going to be able to do Nightmare 1 click, Brutal 1 click, just click, done. It takes 15 seconds to do those. It's going to feel great. Congratulations. You have 25 frags of that login champ. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, you don't have Nishak, yeah. Yeah, you would want to keep the speeds. You need the accuracy. Keep the accuracy on Deacon there. You don't need accuracy for the toxic sets. Now, here's the thing. You can only fill up the bar, 50%, but toxic sets, I think. Is it a 75% chance? It's a 75% chance of the lesser poison. You have 5 spots on the bar, right? And I forget. Yeah, so you want to fill all 5 spots, and you want to have 5 spots as filled as possible. With 9 attacks from Eris, you got a chance to do that, to fill it up. So I would start with Eris. Eris is the most important one to get a toxic set on. But start saving toxic pieces, especially toxic pieces that have, speed and accuracy, because not that you need the accuracy for the toxic set, but if you put it on somebody like Deacon who has a debuff that you want, then you need the accuracy. And then the other thing to start doing is, eventually you can start building 100% crit rate and as much crit damage as you can get. You don't have hefty speed requirements. That is going to be the way to get more damage. Get toxic, get 100% crit rate, get as much crit damage as you can on literally everyone, including Demitha. Like you need to push every last drop of damage out of this team. Now this champion may be hard to get that fast in another set. I understand that. But, you could say, I need, 183. So I'm looking at speed sets, but maybe get her out of this gauntlet and into a crit rate gauntlet. Maybe get her, into a crit damage gauntlet and you can get crit rate somewhere else. You don't need this resist chest piece. You could put her in. She does damage based on attack, right? Get her into an attack percentage chest piece. It's literally like when you get this clicking and you've got all the gear in place, my guess is, you're going to be under 80 million. Like you might just squeak by. Like you're going to get to 71 million and be totally geeked. It's like, but it's going to be hard and it's going to take a while. And don't stress about it. Don't stress about it. A 2-key, full auto, full affinity, Ultra Nightmare team is exactly what you want. Now you can start worrying about, well, let's see. Do you have your Mithrala yet? I don't see a Mithrala. Start worrying about Hydra. Go get your Mithrala. Start worrying about faction crypts. Go get your Lydia. But if you see pieces that drop in the meantime, that can maybe squeak out a little bit more damage than this and get you to a 1-key, that's great. The reason you want a 1-key and not a 2-key, and this is really all it is, like, you can go and get the hard chests. Do you know what I mean? You can do Ultra Nightmare, Nightmare, Brutal, and Hard. You can do all 4 if you want. And occasionally I do that, especially if they give me an extra key. But the real reason to do it is so that you can quick battle it. If you can get a 1-key, then you can just quick battle it, and then you don't have to actually sit there and watch it or run it in the background. That's the biggest benefit, right? The actual chests that you would get from Hard from that 4th key are like, that's minimal. You can get an Ancient Shard every once in a while. You can get a Void Shard every once in a while, I think, or an Epic Tome, I think. But the biggest, the biggest benefit is just the time that you save. So that's awesome. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. That's a very cool. I haven't done one of those in a while. I'm glad it worked. Thank you for bringing me onto your account here, Freak. It's great to help out a clanmate. I'm glad we were able to get that all squared away. Thanks to chat for helping me out with the little last tweaks on the team. Do you have any questions before we head out? Oh, you've played. You got her 30 days ago. Gotcha. Because this is your second set of fragments for Cleopteryx. Gotcha. So you played 300 days. Yeah. Can I make some quick 3v3 suggestions? Yeah. Yeah, let me take a look at your 60s. Let me take a look at your main arena teams. Okay. So I know that this team is probably doing great because it's like OP, but it's not necessarily the best composition. It's just strong because the champions are strong. It's not, I'm not saying it's poorly built, but it's like, this is not, this is like Arbiter doesn't need to be on this team for this team to work, right? Like it would work better with a Duchess, or it would work really well with a Mithrala or a Pythion or something like that, right? So here you have, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but Siegfried is like, he's just like keeping you alive, giving you sort of an emergency button if everybody dies. Cleanse, revive. So, it feels like if you're looking for a little bit more efficient, like go first team. Actually, let me just look at your champions for a second. So we know Deacon's not in play anymore. You have a Stag Knight. You have a Martyr, which is nice. So I would probably try to get her into a team somewhere. She's really nice. You've got her in a bolster set. That's beautiful. I would get her masteried. This is an amazing arena champion, especially in a bolster set. Because this increased defense and counterattack is just tough. Plus she's got a decreased attack and a decreased defense. So she works really well. Obviously you've got Roto, so he's somebody to think about. You've got another nuker here with Magnar. You've got a Duke the Pierced and a built War Maiden and a built Stag Knight. So these are all drop defense champions, and that's kind of what you also have a Ferric the Fat who can work in a comp. You've got another buff strip in addition to Wukong. You've got great champions. I mean, I think this guy might be good, with a setup, but yeah. So like, let me show you maybe like a team you could work around as a model. Sorry. This. So you want a turn meter filler. Lady Kimmy is like a little bit of a buff stripper. She's not a huge buff stripper, but she's also fast and she's got another turn meter fill. So you've got some flexibility there. You can also decrease turn meter and slow the enemy. She gives you a speed boost. There's all sorts of nice things there. You don't have to run her, but that's an option. Like normally I would run Deacon in this spot, but your Deacon's too slow and he's now speed tuned for your clan boss team. So you're not going to bring him into this team. So you could do this. Or even you could do Duke the Pierced. That would also be good. Duke might actually even give you more flexibility because he's got a provoke. But they're both good. And then you'd follow this up with a nuker. Now in this particular case, you want an attack based nuker AoE. So probably, you could go Yannicka. That would be good. You could go Wukong would be really nice. You could go Rhonda here. She's already built. So any of these would work really well. I like Wukong, especially in this composition, because he also gives you a buff strip. So if there are any remaining buffs after Lady Kimmy has tried to remove buffs, he could maybe remove buffs. She might weak hit. He might weak hit, but they're different affinities, which actually gives you pretty good chances to strip buffs. So you go increase attack, turn meter fill, into turn meter fill and buff strip, into drop defense and drop attack, into buff strip and nuke. This is a crazy good go first team. It doesn't have to have ridiculous team power to be very effective. You just want your Arbiter to be fast. Right now at 276, that's okay. And it's probably especially okay for like this team up here, right? This team up here, because you're not using another turn meter fill. Really, this is like kind of a tanky team. It's almost a go second team disguised as a go first team. If you go first, that's fine. Rhonda will hit hard. You get to lock somebody out. You get to nuke somebody out. But if you go second, you don't really care because Syl can bring you back. Siegfried can bring you back. She's going to heal you. He's got a cleanse. Arbiter's got an AoE heal, AoE revive. Rhonda's relatively tanky with her passive. So with this team, this is why I was saying Arbiter doesn't really need to be here. She makes it a more flexible team, but she's not specialized for that. She's more specialized for a team like this. So, you can maybe in 3v3 arena, you can pull her out of this composition, put somebody else in. You can get a true go first team, get a true go second team, and then you can also build a third team. Now you have really good champions here. I would think about Necrit with, somebody. I would think about Rotos, maybe even use them together. You have Trunda, you have other options in terms of that. You have, where is it? You have Xena. You have Eric's. This is also I'm not saying these champions together. I'm saying these are champions that you can put into 3v3 team. Mortu Macabre is really good for 3v3 arena because he requires a specific counter and not everybody has that counter, or it soaks up the counters. So, in terms of whether you're going into 3v3 offense or 3v3 defense, you can kind of plan that out too. And obviously Magnar, you've got a 6-star fully awakened Magnar. So this is a damage dealer I would highly consider and think about, who can you put him into a team with? You have a ton of really good potential. You have good potential for go first teams, good potential for go second teams, good potential for some cheese teams even. Islin is somebody to think about as well. Super survivable, add survivability to your team. Could go great on a defense team or on a go second offense team. Think about putting Islin with, Scylla the Drakes. When you get your Mithrala, that's another champion who's really good on a go second team because she's got a cleanse, plus a strengthen, plus a shield, plus an increased attack, plus an increased defense, plus poisons, plus the hex, plus the petrification. Crazy good team. Or crazy good champion for 3v3 arena. So once you get there, that's going to be something. But I really like this team right here. And again, this is just a model. You could swap out the champions. Just make sure it's speed tuned and you should be in really good shape. And what I would try to do for a team like this is push your Arbiter up above 300 speed if you can. I think you're golden. All right. So that is it for my 3v3 suggestions for now. And that is it for the stream today. I actually went about 45 minutes longer than I wanted. Sorry we only got to 2 takeovers today. I hope they were entertaining. I hope they were helpful. Freaky, congrats, buddy. That you did the vast majority of the work there. I just got you over the finish line. I feel like I stole all the glory, but you did all the work. So I hope that helps. And yeah, enjoy the new 2-key Ultra Nightmare team. And you know what you're really going to enjoy is as soon as you get your next key, you can go, or, you know, as soon as it's tomorrow, you can go in 1-key Nightmare. And then you can just use that quick battle. And that's going to be so much fun for you. So, all right, let me just say goodbye to chat. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. So how many cold hearts is it good to build out? I would say maybe as many as 4 in the long run, but early on, I would say 1. And then worry about when you need another one, you know? All right. Fun and party. Good to see you, Freaky Gamer. None of your business. Thank you to you too. Mitty, good to see you. David, Austin, Jim Flop, Caveman, Dark. Good to see you, Dark. Bryce. I will be running my challenge account for the rest of the night. I've got a little bit over an hour before server reset. Don't forget to do that. Also get into your Clan B clans and try to get yourself some points. And hopefully we'll actually have a video out tomorrow instead of just a live stream. But thanks, everybody. I will see you in another video soon. Son, are you still there? You want to say goodbye to the folks?
Have a good one, everybody.
Have a good one, everybody. See you soon.